That was the resolution.
Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to welcome all to today's sitting. As I guided in the sitting of 1st March 2022, today the House is scheduled to receive the ministerial policy statements for financial year 2022-2023, and that is pursuant to Rule 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. I urge the front desk in accordance to Rule 147 of the Rules of Procedure. I also urge the Leader of Opposition in Parliament to ensure the shadow cabinet expedite the tabling of the alternative policy statements by 29th March 2022. Honorable members, the efficiency and effectiveness of the budget consideration is fixed on the timelines. And if we don't respect the timelines, remember most of these dates are constitutional. Let me also remind the Minister of Finance to table the budget estimates by 1st April as per the Public Finance Management Act, so that we have enough time to consider the budget and we don't start rushing at the last minute. So we need all this to be done. I also want to remind the House, tomorrow we have a special sitting that will start at 10 on the issues of the parish development model, and we'll be sitting in the conference hall, so that we raise all issues that we feel should be considered in the parish development model for us to be included. I want to thank you so much. We have a little congested on the paper, so we will not be spending a lot of time on most of these items. And in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of students majoring in international relations and diplomatic studies from Cavendish, Kampala University. You're most welcome. They are represented by Honorable Nyeko Derrick and Honorable Malende Shamim. Welcome. And they've come to witness the proceedings of this House. Matters of national importance. Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you are one of the advocates of the rights of the poor, given the statements you always make, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we, majority of us represent the common man, especially us who come from rural areas. Wherever we go, Madam Speaker, people are worried about the ever increasing prices of essential commodities. Currently, in my constituency in Nakaseke, a bar of soap costs 11,000 shillings. There is no government official, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, is that coming out of my communication, or you're raising a matter of national importance?
Madam Speaker, a procedural matter, Madam Speaker. It's the one that I will
Procedure on what? Just say you wanted to raise the matter, but
yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are concerned, Madam Speaker, as a country. Even goods which are manufactured within Uganda are very expensive. There are no government statements. There are no government still lying on us, the representatives of the people. People asking, where are we going? What are the causes of all these rising prices of the essentials? So, Madam Speaker, I know you are one of the advocates of the common man. I think we need a statement today from the concerned authorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mbua had the same issue. Then that's the same issue you wanted to raise. So substantiate.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me space. Right Honorable Speaker, before I can proceed with your indulgence, yesterday I had my evidence to lay on table, and I was advised by Sergeant at Arms that they are going to keep my evidence, my exhibit, but it is unfortunate that when you saw me moving out, it's as if the exhibits have disappeared. So, Right Honorable Speaker, before I can proceed, I'm seeking your indulgence. That what can I have, as I'm speaking, can I have my evidence? Because I need to table and Ugandans need to see what is happening. I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is very unfortunate that one of the things that took my president to the bush in 80s, almost prices of essential commodities go to the bush. But as it is very unfortunate that our people can hardly afford essential goods. Right, Honorable Speaker, a bar of soap, the blue one, in my constituency, it is at 8,000. The white one goes for 12,000, but even from my constituency to Ishaka to acquire only one bar of soap such that I can even bring it here. You know, we need to even to show these ministers, some of them, they don't know even what it means when you talk about soap. We've been telling people with COVID to practice SOPs, but how are they going to practice SOPs when they can hardly afford soap? Right, Honorable Speaker, even all circuit goes now for 2,000. It requires someone from my constituents to go and dig for 3 days such that he can afford to buy a bar of soap. That's how the situation is. And right, Honorable Speaker, for sugar, maybe that one we can leave it for another class of people.
Thank you so much, Mbwa Lukamba, for giving me way. Madam Speaker, the information I would like to give is that someone whom I don't want to mention, because he's a big person there, he said they told her that if you want to do any good business, you come to Uganda. Because in Uganda, they can just escalate the prices, put them high, and people will quarrel a bit, members of parliament talk a bit, and then eventually they keep quiet and life goes on. But if you do it in Kenya or in Arusha, those were her words, they will come and ban either the petrol stations or even ban the place. So generally, the prices are high, the fuel cannot be managed, but we are continuing. It's not, I think we are being unfair for this wananchi that we represent. Madam Speaker, I submit, that's the information.
It's a procedural matter. Honorable Naume, that was very good information, but we are not telling our people to go and ban. We are not telling our people to go and do what the Kenyans do.
I was just giving the, but not to tell Ugandans to go and ban the petrol station.
Yes, procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the point that has been raised by Honorable Tamaguzi, and of course reinforced by Honorable Mbwate Kamwa. But Right Honorable Speaker, recall that this matter was raised I raised an issue last week as part of the reason why we have this increase in the price of soap and cooking oil, and the manufacturers are attributing this partly due to the import duty. And the Honorable Nsereko, after he had raised this issue too, Right Honorable Speaker, you directed the minister to come here and make a statement on this matter. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is it procedural right for us to continue to raise the same issue and continue a discussion on this without the minister bringing a statement on this house and what government is intending to do to reduce these prices? Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker?
We are proceeding very well because for you didn't have evidence. At least Mbwa has evidence.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable
So can
Speaker.
you put your prayers?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, if I can bring my prayers. Not only even essential goods, but even prices of inputs, agricultural inputs, like even fertilizers. A bag of fertilizer, we've been buying it at 130. Right now, it is 220. And we are promoting agriculture, and we are going even to discuss the parish model. How are we going to move? So, Right Honorable Speaker, this is my prayer and my humble prayer. So, Right Honorable.
Thank you, my brother, Honorable Mbwazi Kamwa. Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues, as if the whole country, with the matter on floor of Parliament, is burning in the pocket of every citizen. And majorly, citizens on the border is worse. Why I'm saying so, Madam Speaker, Busia, where I come from, as Honorable Mbwa said, the bar of blue soap, which the ministers have never seen, is at 10,000. In Busia is at 15,000 due to the border. Because of the weakness of our shilling vis-a-vis the Kenyan currency, almost everything has doubled the price. And when our citizens go to the shops to buy, the language of the businessmen is one, a war in Russia. That is why, Madam Speaker, as I submit, I would request Uganda's Minister of Foreign Affairs to come before this House and tell the position of Uganda on this war of Ukraine and Russia. Therefore, we know this will help to solve some of these problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Essentially, even before Russia and Ukraine, the prices were high. Yes, procedural matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand tomorrow you have allowed a debate on parish development model. And the intention of government is incomes of the people. How I wish, Right Honorable Speaker, that tomorrow we begin with a debate where a minister comes and gives us what government is doing about this and what is the cause of the problem. Ugandans will feel very happy, Right Honorable Speaker. Every item, by the way, the Parliament of Uganda is doing something about it, is speaking something about it. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm just requesting that if not today, but tomorrow, we can have a good debate about this. Otherwise, it might be meaningless for us to discuss parish development model tomorrow when there is a bigger problem of skyrocketing prices in the country. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
It was on procedure. Let me first respond to him. Honorable Patrick, I do appreciate and I really feel for all the Ugandans because of the high prices for essential commodities. What we need to do is to give the ministries, it is a multi-sectoral approach. Give government an opportunity to come and make a presentation on Tuesday. Let's give them time to prepare so that they can be able to prepare on the action that is being taken, not just lamentations. Yes, another procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues that we are raising here and the issues that we were raising yesterday, you told us that they informed you that ministers had a special sitting of cabinet. Right Honorable Speaker, we are continuing to raise issues when these ministers are absent, Right Honorable Speaker. We have 82 ministers, Right Honorable Speaker. And these are very critical issues, Right Honorable Speaker. In the House, Right Honorable Speaker, we have 3 now. Where is the 4th? Right Honorable. Right.
Honorable members, order.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. There is no excuse even for these ministers to come late. Most of them have lead cars, Right Honorable Speaker. they push all of us off the road and they can arrive as early as possible, Right Honorable Speaker. Are we proceeding, Right Honorable Speaker, to continue addressing these issues when we have almost 100 ministers who do not attend Parliament? Thank you.
Just a correction, we have 83, not 100. The government chief whip is supposed to whip.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues being raised by colleagues are issues which we've discussed as government. And last Monday in cabinet, the Prime Minister was assigned to hold a meeting with the manufacturers, and that meeting is going to be tomorrow to look into the hike in the prices, daily use commodities mainly, and others. And like you've guided, on Tuesday we would be able to come here with a comprehensive statement on the same. But we take concern, and we also know that indeed the prices everywhere have gone up, so we'll bring a comprehensive response to the matter.
Procedure.
I thought there was something that Honorable Kimasha had asked.
Right Honorable Speaker, this issue has been going on over time. And today, I have a few ministers on my list of people who are supposed to attend, because I'm given a list. I'm given an opportunity to nominate people to attend session. Today, I have a few ministers. I have focused on the order paper, the ministers who are on the order paper. But indeed, there shouldn't be excuse for anyone being late. I'm going to ensure that we take it up further, because as government side, I really justify why ministers are not here. So I'm going to take it up on a very, very serious note, and on Monday in cabinet, I ensure that indeed the president addresses this matter.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very
John
much.
Faith.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of skyrocketing prices has been passed. And we acknowledge, like you have put it in your own words, Right Honorable Speaker, that it is a inter-ministerial issue. It cuts across, it cuts across ministries. Therefore, it cannot be responded to by one minister or so. Would it be proceeded, Right Honorable Speaker, that a timeline is given, so that members, when we keep sitting, we know that at least on this day, we are coming here and we are getting responses to these issues. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to still affirm that 2 weeks ago, and every time I'm almost running away from my constituents, Right Honorable Speaker, because they all know, they stormed me and they say, unless you give us answers. Right now, I cannot go to Mbale. And they assured me that even the Right Honorable Speaker, when she's going to Kede, one of these days they are going to stop on the way because they know you have answers. But we say we can still deliver this information, Right Honorable Speaker. So it will be procedural right, I think, that we find a date. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable John Faith Magolo. It's unfortunate that when I was giving a Tuesday, maybe you're thinking about Kamalewa in Mbale. You're thinking about something in Mbale. But I have asked the ministers to come and give a statement to this country on the high prices of essential commodities that is affecting a common person down there. Government, on Tuesday, we need a statement, comprehensive statement and action.
So, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, I thought we have finished on your
No. Prayer, and as I'm winding up, I was giving you the House my prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, realizing even the intensity of the problem, because of scarcity, that's why even the Department of Sergeant at Arms and Police have even gone away with exhibits. Because,
No,
but the prayer is, Right Honorable Speaker, is that
Honorable
yes.
Honorable Mbua, you cannot start accusing my staff. You cannot accuse my staff.
Apologies.
Okay, apologize on microphone.
Apologies, but it's there. So, Right Honorable Speaker, government should even think about maybe suspending some of the taxes on fuel. Because right now, if a liter is at 5,000 and prices have skyrocketed, now we are anticipating that because of Russia and Ukraine, fuel prices will go high more. So now, if the prices go as far as 10,000, what will happen to this country? So my prayer is government should think about suspending taxes on fuel. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Trade, Agriculture, Foreign Affairs, as you said, should come here and explain comprehensively. We are tired and Ugandans are tired. Thank you so much with the disappearance of my exhibits.
Honorable members, we are looking at people who have matters to raise, matters of national importance. Abe, Olobo, Tinka. Abe, Olobo. I said Abe, Olobo, Tinka.
Hey.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are looking at issues affecting the communities, especially the rises in prices, we must address our mind to the fact that the effects of COVID-19 has had a lot of impact in the communities. Right Honorable Speaker, we are looking for a diagnosis of the challenges, of the problems causing all these increment in prices.
Honorable Lillian, you're debating on the issue of rising prices. Reserve that debate for Tuesday. I thought it was a matter of.
Speaker, I rise on the matter of national importance. It is now coming to 1 month. The cattle traders are not crossing on the ferry of Nakasongola going to Amolatar. We have the cattle traders who come from Kampala here. They go on the other side of Amolatar, Kabremaido, and buy cows from there, bring to Kampala. And then we have also the cattle traders from the other side of Amolatar, Kabremaido, Dokolo, who comes to this side of the country, Nakasongola, to buy cows and take to the other side. But now it is 1 month. The RDCs, the DPCs are saying they have instructions not to cross the lake, the ferry, the cows in the ferry. And we know the president wrote about the Balalo, but these are not the Balalo. These are cattle traders. And these are affecting us because now people will have to take their children to school. The children are at home because there are no people to buy their cows. The price has gone down because the cattle traders who come from Kampala here cannot now go there. The distance from this side going from Karoma to Lira is very far. This side by passing through Mbale is very far. Yet we have only 180 kilometers from Amolatar to Kampala. So, information.
Thank you very much.
When you start people to give information on a matter of national importance, can I have the next person? If you cannot give us your prayers.
Madam Speaker,
thank you very much.
My prayers is that I'm seeing the minister for the presidency here, which the RDC fall under her, and then I don't see the minister of internal affairs here. My prayer is that allow the traders to use the ferry. Now, government is spending fuel On the ferry is just moving empty. What will that help us with? I thank you.
Government.
Right Honorable, that matter you've interacted with many colleagues who have faced challenges. And as you know, how we reported here, in fact, the issue came from this floor on Bararo and what they were doing in northern Uganda and government action. Requirement. One, a letter of no objection from where you're getting them. Number two, a clearance from the commissioner of animals. And that clearance is sent in by the RDC and the authorities in the district to know who you are. Otherwise, the same people will come back here and complain that indeed people are just bringing cows, taking over land without any control. So Honorable, these measures put in place by government, they have to be followed so that we control the flow of those animals which you complained about. Otherwise, all people who have those two documents are crossing with their animals. I thank you.
Honorable Taebo, over the weekend, one of the MPs called me. I think Honorable James Mamawi. All the documents. They sent me copies of the documents. We try to help Mamawi. One thing is we need to tell our people also not to be too rigid. The cows stayed 4 days in a truck. I talked to the DPS, he said, I'm going to release them, and he didn't release them. So our people also need to be fair at times to our people. Once they have the documents, these people are trying to earn a living. They are not stealing. They bought cows from the market. Yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable. Just wait a bit. I'll give you, Honorable. Honorable Mamawu, Right Honorable, contacted me. When he contacted me, I contacted the Minister of Internal Affairs. The Minister of Internal Affairs said he didn't have the document, especially the letter. If I can read a message from Honorable Mamawi to me, he says, one, letter of no objection is the one I sent last, that one he has. Number two, no letter from commissioner, it is true, DVO Serere is processing. He has submitted the documents to the commissioner for processing. So he didn't have the letter, Right Honorable. That's what I wanted to go on record. The moment you have the two documents, you're okay.
Information, Madam Speaker.
There is a
Information.
done. Then a clarification from.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the information given by the Chief Whip. But when we are setting some of these standards, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to be mindful of the people we are dealing with. You are telling a trader to get a letter from commissioner who sits in Entebbe. It may take a member of parliament even 3 days to get a commissioner. And here you are requiring a trader.
Information, Madam Speaker.
No.
Information.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think.
Information,
Honorable
Madam
Dan.
Speaker.
Honorable Dan is still on the floor.
Thank you for your guidance and protection. I think let the minister concerned give us the clear guidelines and show us who is responsible, and these people should be accessible to the traders. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, my clarification is very simple. Is the DPC, I'm asking clarification from the government chief whip, is the DPC aware that the Speaker of Parliament is third in command in this country? If the whole Speaker of Parliament representing us, third in command, calls you and you don't respond, and you still say no, do we have authority? So I'm seeking clarification from you as a government chief whip. What action have you taken against that DPC? What action have you taken against the DPC? Because we
Information.
cannot sit here, the whole of Speaker of Parliament talking on our behalf, third in command calls a DPC and no action is taken. Can you clarify and inform the country what action you have taken against the DPC?
Information, Madam Speaker.
Can we wait? Can we hear from the government chief whip?
Yes.
Honorable members, whatever I was doing was for the good of my member.
Yeah.
I made a call for the good of a member.
We all have challenges,
And
Madam Speaker.
just like I would do it for any of you. Most of you have called me when there's an issue and I take it up. Honorable Ekanya is asking you, what have you done?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for always attending to concerns of members. That one must be uploaded. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, the same Honorable James Mamau also called me. The Minister for Internal Affairs was at a function of passing out of prisons officers. I sent him a message. He took a courtesy to call Honorable James Mamau. Now, what was told to the Speaker is that documents are available. You can't tell the Speaker that however much is the Speaker, when you don't have required documents, that you break the law.
Order,
The Speaker
Madam
is a
Speaker.
custodian of the
Order,
law.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, if you
Order,
misread
Madam
the
Speaker.
Speaker, if you misread
Order,
the Speaker
Madam
that you have
Speaker.
documents, when
Order.
you don't have them, colleagues,
Order,
if you
Madam
don't have
Speaker.
documents,
Order.
if you don't have documents,
Honorable-
Point of
colleagues,
order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Macho,
colleagues,
Honorable Macho, I know you're good at cross-border trade. And
colleagues, I request when we
Honorable-
are calling our Speaker for help, please let us give her the right information. You don't misread our Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, just a minute. Honorable members, we have got the issue. Government, take up the issue. I'm happy. I saw Attorney General coming. Attorney General, you're welcome. We have an issue here that I would love your office to make a follow-up on the declaration that the president made on the Balalo taking cows to the north. Now the issue is, if I went to the north and bought my cows, can't I take to another area? So long as I have other documents, we need to have that resolved so that we allow our people to do trade. Honorable Tinker, Honorable, you'll all come if you're in the list of people to speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My honorable colleagues, I raise on a matter of national importance. Last week on 2nd of March, in my constituency in a sub-county called the Mohoro sub-county, Kabuga parish, there was heavy downpour of rain that had a lot of wind and hailstorm that destroyed a lot of property and crops of my people. It destroyed 37 houses, destroyed 3 churches, destroyed a primary school, blew it off, and destroyed 47 acres of bananas. It destroyed 19 acres of cassava. It destroyed 3 acres of vanilla plantain. It destroyed 5 acres of cocoa. A number of goats were killed and hens. A number of people were injured. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, we have not received any relief where these people urgently need the help of government. I raise this matter, Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence and honorable members. to ask the office of the Prime Minister to deliver some relief food to these people. 47 acres of bananas getting destroyed. That's what we depend on to eat. And 19 acres of cassava destroyed. That's what is our source of food. And Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Disaster Preparedness, they normally give out iron sheets. We could work with the local community if they gave us iron sheets to replace those ones which have been destroyed and blown by this heavy downpour. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, government. And maybe as government comes in, Attorney General, I want to refer you to Article 249 of our mighty Constitution. We promised this House that we would have a disaster committee, disaster preparedness and management committee that would be looking at these issues as they come in. But to date, I'm not sure if we have had one. Maybe you will need to let us know if we have the committee in the commission in place.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Tinka Simire, extend our sympathies to the people who were affected by the disaster. Right Honorable Speaker, so that I know the procedure you followed, but also with the commitment that I'm going to raise it in office of the Prime Minister to ensure that we help the affected people. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the commission, the President also directed us on the same, but it came with a rider that we need to develop SOPs for disaster management across the country. As I talk now, the consultant has already presented a draft report to the office of the Prime Minister, and we shall be expediting the process of ensuring that indeed we come out with SOPs, whereby we are even looking at having some rescue mechanisms at a certain maybe regional or sub-regional level. For example, knowing that in an area which is disaster prone like Bududa, you'll be having their excavators, you have their trucks, you have their stores ready to help people immediately, not just waiting for everything to come from Kampala. But that one we shall be bringing it at the right time, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Members, in the Strangers Gallery this afternoon, we have councillors from Agago District. We include Mr. Richard Stanley Odongo. Richard Odongo, please stand up. Welcome. Mr. Thomas Akaka Ojok, welcome. Miss Margaret Anying, welcome. Mr. Bosco Okidi, welcome. They are represented by Honorable Akelo Beatrice Akori, the woman MP. Thank you for bringing our people, and Honorable Okot Amos and Honorable again David. Thank you so much for bringing our people to witness the proceedings. Taka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on the matter of national pointers in regard to visitation of children at school. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been approached by a number of parents. The economy was opened and normal activity is going on. There are children who are in their school who go back home every day. And some schools have day sections and boarding. People are in dance halls, markets, everywhere, churches. But the ministry has continued to guide that there should be no visitations at schools. Yet, Right Honorable Speaker, the responsibility to groom these children does not only lie with the teachers, but with the parents. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request that the COVID task force reconsiders the matter and allows parents to visit children at school to give them backup in their performance at school. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Honorable Member for her question. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to appreciate the fact that we have managed to keep children in school since January amidst very difficult circumstances. Right now, our positivity rate is at 0.4%, which is also a positive situation. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of flu in the schools right now, and many members may be aware. What we are doing, we are taking samples from schools to be 100% sure before we take a decision. We have sampled many schools. To date, in 1 or 2, we have got COVID, the rest we have got the flu. Before we can present a report to Minister of Education and say it is safe. So I want to assure the Honorable Member that the decision was taken in the best interest of the students. We must keep the schools open. I thank you.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. We need the safety of our children and our own safety. Yes. Yes, Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker, that's a very critical matter. While the minister is explaining that as a policy, these same kids interact with day scholars that come from home on a daily basis. These same children interact with teachers who are not housed at schools. So right, boarding schools have to wait when the minister will have, then it is very, very unfair, because what is going on in those very schools is really far different. I would wish Honorable Minister, the Honorable Minister for Health, to come up and say, because it is not helping at all. These very students are interacting with everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was given, Honorable Macho, I was given the floor. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, the additional clarification that I wanted to raise on the matter that has been raised by Honorable Taka. The minister is talking about keeping our children safe at school. But when you notice, all the boarding schools have teachers who commute from different places to these schools every day. They have cooks, they support staff that cook food for their children, and many other support staff, the compound workers. All these people are coming from home every day and then going to the schools. What is the logic of saying that these students are not mixing and the people are not mixing, yet this mixing is already taking place? I mean, wouldn't it be good to say that since we have opened up and the interactions are already going on, let us allow parents also following the SOPs to go to school and then provide career guidance and support the students?
Madam Speaker.
Macho.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your permission Madam Speaker, health in the Republic of Uganda, that we did one time ask to have a COVID-19 resettlement plan for Uganda, so that we as leaders can go and tell our people how issues are moving concerning the COVID-19. But since that time, we have never seen that plan or that report. I therefore seek further clarification. Up to when shall Ugandans keep spending 1,000 every day buying a mask to protect themselves against COVID-19? Because as I talk now, Kenya government, where we are neighbors in Busia, gave their people a clarified roadmap, and Kenyans leaders went and told their people how they should move and how things are moving. Because a cost of 1,000 shillings to buy a mask every day is the cost of a plate of food according to the cost of living of Uganda now.
Madam Speaker, I want to seek clarification from the minister on two grounds. One, she mentioned that there's an outbreak of flu in the country or wherever that it is. I agree with her, because when you move, there are very many people who are suffering from flu and cough. But now, as the ministry, have you taken time to investigate that flu, since they has taken now such a long time? And what could it be? Number two, could it be another outbreak? Probably. And then finally, Madam Speaker, it is true we are doing it for the betterment of our children. But as we talk now, there are a lot of activities taking place, especially at secondary school level. As we talk now, there's a Coca-Cola tournament going on, where this tournament is not restricted within a school. It goes outside the school, to the extent that even parents and other community around, they come and interact with the students who are going to that same kind of tournament. Please.
Thank you so much, colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, you have given me way for information.
He's not the one in charge of the house. People, let's move. Can you respond to what has been raised?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I hear the members, and I know the feelings of the parents. Right Honorable Speaker, when we called out for vaccination, the teachers responded.
Point of order. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Honorable Ruth Acheng Ochero is the minister responsible for health. I don't know about parent, but she's the person we have entrusted with our health. Members have been using that microphone before her. She cannot live by example. There's a sanitizer just next to her. Is she in order, therefore, to preach water and drink wine?
Incidentally, I expected that from you. And you've always reminded the minister that she has to sanitize. The minister, he likes you so much, he wants you alive. He loves you, okay.
Thank you very much, and I must thank my brother for reminding me to keep alive. Right Honorable, I was saying the teachers responded. To date, over 85% of the teachers and the non-teaching staff in schools are vaccinated. And the majority have boosted because they had a vaccine mandate. That is why it is extremely important to ensure that we get to the bottom of this issue before just opening up the schools. And I clearly indicated that samples are being taken from multiple schools. And I already said we have good news and some news which is not so good. So I kindly request the members to be just a little patient. Within 1 week, when we have analyzed the data, we shall inform the Ministry of Education. I thank you.
Thank you. Okiror.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the matter of national importance, specifically concerning the issue of security in our border area, the district of Katakwi and Kapelbyong and the neighboring districts of Karamoja. Right Honorable, I had a meeting, a security meeting on Monday. Guyaguya, in the village of Guyaguya, that's in Usuk County. The feedback from our population is very appalling. People are living in fear. The issue of cattle rustling is leaving most of our people homeless. As I speak, we have a number of more than 10 people who have lost their lives from the counties of Wusuk, Ngariam, and Toroma. And the way these people are killed is by using the rudimentary means, the bows and arrows. When the Karamojong come to steal these cows, they don't spare life. People have been killed. The number of cows that has been taken from these people is more than 200, unrecovered. Right Honorable, let me give you information. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kiror, for giving way. Right, Madam Speaker, the information I'm raising on this floor of Parliament is concerning the declining security of Kapelebyong district. In the same line, Kapelebyong district is also one of the districts affected by the Kejong rustling and killing. As you may be aware.
Members, I want us to restrain from saying from the Karamojongs, because we've not confirmed that they are Karamojongs. Let's say from cattle rustlers. We are going to start having tribal fights in this house. Let's say cattle rustlers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It has been a while since last year when we have been in that scenario, whereby Kapelebyong as a district has been experiencing a lot of rustling. Many people have been killed. For the past 5 months, 5 people have been killed in my district, Kapelebyong district. The other day, 43 cows were stolen in a place called Alalar in Okungur sub-county. Yesterday alone, more 4 cattle animals were stolen in a place called Odukul in Kapelebyong sub-county. This has been ongoing. And as you are aware, we have limited ASTU and the UPDF in the area. It is our humble request that the government intervenes. As for us, the leaders, we have tried what we can do in order. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. The cattle rustlers in particular have given us sleepless nights. As I stand on the floor of this parliament, the residents of the villages of Guyaguya, Teketeke, and Inokuliak, Amendera are moving inwards with their animals for fear of life. Government has undertaken to give protection to life and property. There is one cardinal duty that as citizens of this country, we are called upon to do, which is to foster national unity and live in harmony with others. Right, Honorable Speaker, how can we live in harmony as the people at the borderline when the following morning you wake up, you hear somebody has been killed? The responsibility to provide security is a responsibility of government. This is the voice of the people. The people are saying, just a minute, the people are saying, let government give them permission to get guns to protect themselves, which is a very disturbing matter. Right, Honorable Speaker?
That is not coming from you.
No, I'm giving you the views of the people from the meeting I had on Monday. They are withdrawn. They feel they have not been given security.
Honorable, Minister of Internal Affairs, you'll have to respond to that.
A request here.
Yes, what are your prayers?
My humble prayer is that government makes a commitment before this August House that with immediate effect, deployment is put along the borders between Teso and Karamoja, or guns to fight back. Two, the division headquarters of our region is in Moroto. The brigade is in Karamoja. We request that as the Teso sub-region, we also be given one brigade headquarters that can be decided so that there's a response. You go to the army detach, you find there are only 3 soldiers. So the response is not quick. Most of these animals are taken and never returned. And it is very surprising that from the views of the people, it's our humble request again, that the division commander, specifically, I want to be on point on this, Afande Barikudembe, has become complacent in his duties. The only first phone call I made on Monday was for him to tell me that I'm looking at this matter in the political angle. When people are running away from their homes, so I want to request UPDF and the line ministry to look into this matter because these views are with the people. They are not trusting the army. Thank you.
Further information?
Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs.
Further information?
Honorable Minister.
Information. Supplementary information, Madam.
And members, don't talk about Teso and Karamoja. It's about Acholi, Lango, Sebei, Bugisu, all those border areas. Don't be mean and just talk about Teso alone. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is an opportunity for us to air what we feel government should do. In our order, usually when one member is on the floor, the other sit. Right, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. My prayer is one, that the government considers to compensate for the lives that have been lost. I say so because just 2 days back, a body was brought to Kumi. The way this young man had been killed by the rustlers, people could not even get closer to the body. We need compensation, not only for lives, but also for the animals lost. On a daily basis, we are losing. Who is keeping the track record? Who is keeping the list of the animals lost and the lives lost? And when are you compensating? And how much per person lost? So, right, Honorable Speaker, this one's a hot one, and I know you'll be able to support me. Right in your constituency, these things have happened. They killed the people in your constituency, right, Honorable Speaker. People are not telling you the truth. Things are not good there. So we need something to happen. And you need to direct the ministry to get out money and compensate people with immediate effect, because the situation is not okay. Thank you.
Prayer.
Kapelabiang, I thought someone, okay.
Yeah, just hold on. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want first of all to confirm all that has been said by my colleagues. My additional prayer is that there needs to be a sufficient and adequate deployment of soldiers in these areas, including the creation of security roads on the border lines between the people of Teso and Karamoja. Madam Speaker, these people have become so brazen that in Kapelebiong, they start raiding cows as early as 5:30 p.m. when they see daylight. The few UPDF are scared of coming out at night to apprehend these criminals who even have reached a level of
Is that a prayer?
collecting. Yes, it's a prayer, the basis of the prayer, madam. The basis of the prayer, it's a contextual issue. Because at night nowadays, even they have begun forcing people to cook food for them at night if they have no cows. And the UPDF are only 3 detachments in the entire district of Kapelebiong. Madam Speaker, we need soldiers deployed in all points where the Karamjongs come in and go out, and let them be given perimeter roads to help them monitor and secure the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, can you give us?
Madam Speaker.
Minister, can you tell us what are you people doing? This issue came up last week.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I can imagine your agitation. You're right to be agitated. This matter has been in this house, I think, for a couple of weeks. And I remember by last count, Right Honorable Speaker, you instructed Internal Affairs to work out a plan within 3 months to decisively deal with this problem. We haven't been sitting on our laurels. We've been working at it. Unfortunately, the problem persists, and I empathize with the leaders here. People are killed, not just within Karamoja, but also within the neighborhood of Bugisu, of Teso, of Sebei, and now Kapelabiong, and Lango and Acholi. It's about boots, more boots on the ground, and how they are placed in efficient numbers. It's about equipment, it's about intelligence, it's about roads, water, and other things, cross-cutting. But I would want to pray that you give us time so that we develop a plan. Some of this will translate into financial requirements, and then so to the Vice President. So I pray that we develop a plan and present it to the House. Thank you.
There's a procedural matter from Whip.
Well, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, similar to the skyrocketing prices of essential commodities, this matter of insecurity by the cattle rustlers is an urgent matter. Actually, these are matters of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, we cannot therefore accord them the response, casual response that I'm actually keenly observing from the front bench. Madam Speaker, even if some of these matters are interministerial in nature, as earlier alluded to, our laws that govern this House, the rules of procedure, even, so to speak, the appointing authority, are provided for a leader of government business who is always conspicuously absent, even now. Madam Speaker, the leader of government business in matters like this, such as this, is a Chabazinga. Actually, to translate it, is I'm translating it. I'm required by the rules, if I've used a term that is not known to translate it, is actually the head honcho of the business, including urgent matters like this. And that is incessantly.
There is an order here.
Madam Speaker.
There is an order
the
here.
order is in bad faith.
No, there is an
The
order
is in bad faith.
from the Chabazinga land.
Is my boss, the opposition chief whip, in order to try and equate our revered Chabazinga to the leader of government business, which really is very small compared to our chief. Is he in order?
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, this is a very serious matter. People have lost their lives, lost their property, lost their cattle. Day in, day out, people are dying. We really need an immediate solution to this. I am also aware that the Vice President has called for a meeting for all the affected areas, and the meeting is going to be in Moroto. Please endeavor to attend that meeting and see how we get a local solution in that area. Herbert, Herbert.
You.
Yes, Honorable Nathan.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, why I'm raising on the procedure issue, I want to make sure that the record of Parliament is right. One of my colleagues, to our Chief Whip, Opposition Chief Whip, that equating the Chavazinga to office of Government Chief Whip, leader of government business. Madam Speaker, before I tell you a procedure issue, the leader of government business is one of the deputy prime ministers. And the deputy prime minister is effectively prime minister.
Actually, leader of government business is number 9 in this country.
Yes. An ambassador, I don't know, he has no number. And I don't know the number of the ambassador. And the Chavazinga of Busoga was appointed an ambassador. And
Honorable Nathan.
Order. Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable
Order, Madam
Nathan,
Speaker.
members, let's not discuss the issues of the kingdoms here. Let's not discuss the issues of the kingdoms. I know how it affects members. Herbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a number of students from my constituency who studied from Mubende National Teachers College for the years between 2016 and 2018, 2017 and 2019, 2018 and 2020. Madam Speaker, these students have never graduated. They have never got the academic transcript. They have never got any document from the school. Madam Speaker, they have tried to complain, but they are told that the examining body, which is Chambogo University, has refused to release their results and academic transcripts and their diploma certificates because they Mubende National Teachers College owes Chambogo University money, and therefore they cannot release before the Teachers College has paid. Madam Speaker, these students are suffering. For all those years, they cannot get jobs for teaching because they don't have any document. For all those years, they cannot upgrade for further education. My request, Madam Speaker, is that government should come in and resolve the issues between Mubende National Teachers College and Chambogo, but let not the students suffer the way they are suffering. I thank you.
Did you confirm that the students themselves pay the money?
Madam Speaker, I have confirmed they paid the money. I have even have a video of an interview from CBS and the Vice Chancellor of Chambogo, actually claiming that they have 400 information.
Thank you so much.
Now, can we, Committee of Education should follow up on that and report back to the House
thing, Right Honorable Speaker.
on because that issue came up. Judith.
Yes, Right Honorable.
Judith, just sit.
Similar.
It is the same, a Committee of Education. You will take the report to Commission of Education. How about sit? You've raised your issue, government.
Right Honorable, it's true when the National Teachers College owes Chamber raised that issue with the Minister of Education, and they are taking it up, and the issue is going to be resolved because we can't allow students indeed to suffer.
Clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm going to ensure that
Clarification.
indeed it is resolved as soon as possible.
Clarification.
Committee of Education, I want you to make a follow-up on that issue. And we need it put to rest. Leave alone Mubende, but
Much
also
obliged.
other institutions of learning. Next item. Members who have other matters of national importance will raise tomorrow. Next item.
Item number 3, laying of papers. 3A, the parish development model policy.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister in charge, the Minister of Local Government, has formally informed the office, your office, and requested that he presents all documents tomorrow. So I need your guidance on that, because he told me that you had granted his request. Those are the ones for parish model.
Honorable Speaker, I fail to understand the language in which my brother was speaking. I actually don't think he said anything. You see, the order paper is a tool for our operations here. And there are so many issues that wish to be on the order paper. We should see there. We're trying to believe that the government can just sit to deter other people from having business with the order paper. Not the first and second time. The government chief whip needs to really assure this house that they take the order paper seriously. For us to come here and say, we knew that there will be a sitting tomorrow. So why did you allow that to be on the order paper? Aware that there was a sitting tomorrow. To actually block business that should have been on the order paper. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is very unfair. And it should be the last time. Otherwise, we shall block business of government if they are going to operate like that. Please free the order paper for other business and stop wasting our time. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister, with due respect, should be in Parliament. The way the Chief Whip every day comes here to explain and defend. You can't run government like a WhatsApp group. Please, you wake up every day to do government business. Do you have a planning function at the executive level? Do you plan? The Prime Minister is never here, Right Honorable Speaker. That the Prime Minister is still in office. That we can plan better. The Prime Minister is a no-show. Matters are referred to the Prime Minister. We understand the government operates variously. Ministers, so the Minister of Local Government is missing. You have a Minister of State, 1 or 2. But initially, do you still have a Prime Minister?
Of course, I wouldn't have the locus to respond to that because I don't belong to executive. For me, I'm in this house. I belong to Parliament. And maybe we could find out from, but it is not anything to be responded to, but Honorable Taeba, one, we must tell you, we are very grateful that you are in the house 24/7. You're doing your work. But we also don't want people to overload you. You see how you're growing gray hair. I got a report, I got a communication from the Minister of Local Government, and he said he had put some documents to our pigeon holes. The balance of the documents will present all the documents on the floor tomorrow. And he also apologized for not delivering all the documents today. Next item.
Item number 3B, laying of papers, ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2022-2023.
Honorable members, we expect ministerial statements from Minister of Health, Minister of Local Government, all the ministries. Please, can you lay them on table?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement of the health thematic area of the Human Capital Development Program of financial year 2022-2023 for your consideration. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of Health, Sectoral Committee of Health.
Next. Next.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a policy statement for the Ministry of Public Service, vote 005 for the year, financial year 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The policy statement stands referred to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government. Ministerial statements, I'm still waiting for the ministerial statements.
Right Honorable Speaker, we take this seriously, the deadline you gave us of today, but most of them are still under print. We request that you allow us to lay on Tuesday the rest of the statements, and we are following up. We shall ensure we meet all the statutory deadlines, because the statutory deadline of 15th of February, we shall ensure each and every ministry has laid. But we request you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. I thank you.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Right Honorable
Procedure,
Speaker,
Right Honorable Speaker.
I beg to lay the ministerial policy for vote 104 of the Parliamentary Commission for your consideration. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Commissioner. The ministerial statement stands referred to Committee of Legal. Honorable members, Government Chief Whip, if Parliament can lay, what about you people? Minister of Finance, you're so good. You're very, very efficient ministry. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the ministerial policy statement for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The statements. Honorable members, the statement stands referred to Committee of Natural Resources. Procedure.
Honorable Speaker.
Let's get from law, then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to assure my brother, Chief Whip, that I'm not here coming for you this time. I have two humble procedural matters, Right Honorable Speaker. One is to remind the House that one of late submission of these MPS statements were cut and paste documents. So the sectoral committees be aware and prepare for cut and paste to do gatekeeping. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, there's a change in government budgeting, like we said here, from output-based to program-based. And I heard the Honorable Minister of Health clearly informing the House that her statement as part of the human resource program area. Right Honorable Speaker, are we going forward going to be in position to sustainably align the sectoral committees the way they are without being alive to the changing programming nature and budgeting nature of government? Because I get this feeling that along the way, Parliament is going to fail to do its gatekeeping, and by failing to align these statements to the programming budgeting framework, the paradigm shift probably should have eradicted an awakening of Parliament to change either, not necessarily the nomenclature, but the way we structure the committees. I'm thinking aloud, Right Honorable Speaker, whether we are going to sustain this old arrangement by Parliament, or the committee for rules needs to work immediately and allow Parliament to align. And probably this should be the last financial year to appear as though there is a lack of synchronization between what government is doing and what Parliament is doing. Right Honorable Speaker.
And government really, why I asked you to present these documents today is to avoid what leader of opposition is saying, the cut and paste kind of thing, and then rushing to do the work at the last minute. Our deadline is Tuesday. In the circumstance that something happens between now and Tuesday, what will happen? It's a statutory deadline. So we really need to work, not in a rush, not working because we must meet a deadline today, but let's do things in a systematic way. Yes, government? Yeah, committees and program-based budgeting.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. And I want to thank the law for raising this matter. While representing the BFP, I made a passionate appeal to the House to actually try to align with a new system, the program-based budgeting system, where we have got 18 programs. And we strongly felt that in this alignment arrangement, Parliament would create 18 committees that match the program that we have. Because within a program, we have various sectors which are contributing to various objectives within that program. And we have to look at a program holistically by way of what each sector appearing in that program is contributing. So it makes a lot of sense to have a committee based on that particular program, because they will holistically look at, all the sectors contributing to that program as to whether they deliver the objectives as outlined in those various programs. So it is in sync with our thinking, and we strongly recommend, once again, that's the way that we should go.
I think the Committee of Rules should should guide us on this matter and give us a response in 2 weeks' time, so that as we go for budgeting, we are aware of what we are doing. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has requested Parliament to restructure its committees. And I think he is right, because that is the better way we will move under the new program-based approach. I wanted a clarification from him. I wanted to know whether government is doing the same to have only 18 ministers, because every program should have a minister. And if we moved that way, the ministers will remain 18, the committees of parliament will remain 18. And I think, although you refused my clarification, you would rightly answer that one, whether government is also moving in the same direction. Thank you.
You can actually ask that question to the leader of government business when she's in the house. The minister for him is appointed, he doesn't know. Keep that question for the minister of leader of government business. Next item. Nathan, we are going to the next item.
Item number 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commission, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the operations of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority.
Members, yesterday the report was presented by Honorable Senyonye, and we deferred a debate to today and adoption. So we now refer what was presented to the debate. The House is open to debate for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. I hope you looked at the report. I hope you still have the report. And if you don't have the report and you have nothing to add, we adopt. Yes, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I also want to thank the committee for the report they presented. Madam Speaker, from the report, I think as a country we have taken the saying that a beggar has no choice. We have taken it too far. And from the report, and also following the saying, everybody knows that not so long ago, there was what people were terming rumors that Entebbe Airport had become a property of the Chinese. But from the report, you could see why. Because if the agreement for the loan kind of gave Uganda to the hands of the Chinese, then it is right that the airport is named or is belonging to the Chinese. Number two, Madam Speaker, there are entities in this country that are supposed to protect the interest of the government and the interest of Ugandans. I'm looking at the Attorney General's office. I'm looking at also the Solicitor General, but from the report, and if I connect it to the earlier one of the Committee of Trade and Industry, you see that there are these entities that actually betray the government. Because the level at which they look at things, the level at which they defend the country is wanting. So such officers need to be reprimanded, and the officers involved need to take personal responsibilities. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I see that there are individuals in this country that have very little shame. They can do anything. Sometimes you wonder whether they have gone to school or not. The way they deal with issues. So such people, that names or their names come up when such reports come, such people need to be dealt with individually. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Taka, then you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish to thank the committee for the work done and the report. Madam Speaker, there was something in the report, an issue about entities that are not paying rent. And I got so concerned. And I always look at several other things that belong to government. One time, Entebbe street lights were switched off, that because Umeme was demanding money from government. Madam Speaker, I think there are some issues that we need to review the way business is run in government. At one time, we have hospitals that don't have water and power because they are not paying bills. Now, I looked at that report critically and I wondered, the Entebbe airport needs security, but for police to be at Entebbe airport, they should pay rent. I think there is something that we need to correct here. If these are entities, government entities, and whatever is there belongs to government, can we correct something in the way we run our business, so that we don't have money passing through hands that really you can't understand and explain? Police is supposed to pay rent. There is immigration, which is supposed to pay, do what? That is a lot of entangling institutions. Let it be planned that such and such services are needed at the airport and their premises are here, so that we streamline the way business is run in government, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, one thing we must know that in every ministry, in terms of rent, utilities, we appropriate money for them. But the question would be, why wouldn't you pay for the utilities, much as the other one is also a government entity, but you are assessed differently as different entities. So you should not just consume utilities for free because you're working for government, and yet we appropriate money for you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the comprehensive report that they have come up with. I was so glad that they were able to reach Arua Airport. Madam Speaker, it had been a narrative over the time. Always it had been appearing on the NRM constitution and that Arua Airport is supposed to be elevated to international airport. Up to date, nothing has been done there. I want to know from the minister whether the airport has not been worked on. Is it because money has not been allocated for it, or is it just something that is always being said in order to get votes from West Nile? Because that airport serves as a route for countries that are bordering Uganda from north, west, like countries of Sudan, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So up to now, nothing has been done there. What is happening? I want to know from the minister, if it's a problem of money, why has money not been allocated for that airport? And the complaint there has been that for the expansion of the airport, there needs to be, the landlords there have not given the land. If it is within the vicinity of the government to acquire land in order to expand the airport, why has it not been done? I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is that Honorable Court?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, just speaking from what you have just mentioned, that money is appropriated to the different entities for rent. I think it's high time now that we are moving into ministerial policy statement. Our sectoral committees should scrutinize the ministerial policy statement because it will bring what was appropriated and how it was used. So we need to see if where the monies which were appropriated for paying rent, if it went really for rent, or if it was diverted to do other things. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for bringing out all this. I know Uganda is a God-fearing country. The committees went and unearthed and found a lot of rot, if I may call it, in the operation within the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. I'm just wondering what Holy Spirit came onto the committee, which made them came out with the recommendations they came with. Probably because this is what I would call the first report by the COSASE committee in this parliament, but the mistake or the level of mismanagement to me are too grave to earn the sympathy, because the recommendation, which is only calling for apologies for mistakes which are so grave, to what in court they are now promoting plea bargain. This is like a plea bargain. These managers who has mismanaged this project have entered into with the committee. The recommendations are too lenient. Thank you.
Thank you. John.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. I just want to address myself to the issue of the Arua Airdrome. I want to thank the committee for having visited the Arua Airport. We also want to thank the government because it's a new facility. In the past, we were squeezed in some old building, but government has made an effort and provided a new facility. Having said that, because the Arua Airport is the busiest regional airport in Uganda. And so I've noticed that there are two issues. With the COVID pandemic, most of the baggage is checked manually. And this poses a health, should I say, threat, but also a security threat, because you cannot actually be able to adequately check those baggages. And so I saw a machine, an X-ray baggage machine to the side. And I don't know if that machine is working or it's waiting for the upgrade into an airport, but I think it would be necessary for the X-ray machine to be put into service so that we save our security personnel from the COVID infection, but also to adequately deal with the security issue. So I want to thank the committee, and I would like to join them in saying that Arua
airport should be elevated to an international airport. Thank you.
Dorcas.
So much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the committee for this very elaborate report and picking on just key issues or key areas. One is due diligence. I think we miss it a lot, especially at the point where I have seen the committee has highlighted that MOU was signed before a feasibility study report. I think if we look at that, then we get to understand that a lot of messes are bound to happen. And also,
Switch on.
when you look at the report critically, due diligence is missed or it is skipped, and I think it is skipped intentionally. I don't think for a project which is long-term of this nature, we can afford to skip the process of due diligence, because that is when we get it wrong right from the onset. I implore that most of these recommendations, plus even more, should be taken seriously and implemented to the dot. And also to re-echo, for parts of the country, like northern Uganda, where I come from, eastern areas of Karamoja, we move a long way, or our people are moving a long way across the country to access Entebbe International Airport. I therefore join to support the recommendation of the committee to elevate Arua Airdrome into a state of an international airport.
Wilson.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have read the committee report. They deserve applause. I raised to comment on the unpaid remittances to the NSSF. That, and vis-a-vis the recommendation they have come up with. In my view, Right Honorable Speaker, a committee of parliament, if a committee of parliament is doing its work to report back to parliament and they find an illegality, something that contravenes the law enacted by the same parliament, what do they recommend? The recommendation, in my view, runs contrary to the act, the NSSF Act. The NSSF Act reads, and if I may quote, that failure to remit deducted money upon clearance of arrears, and the prescription is that a penalty of 10% per month of the amount in default plus outstanding interest. The committee did not come out clear on that. So in my view, and for other committees that will make such a findings, if a finding runs contrary to an act of parliament, a recommendation, in my view, Right Honorable Speaker, should not circumvent an act provided for by parliament. Thank you.
Information.
No, the person you're giving the information as such.
To the whole house.
Okay. Then Eddie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Considering the situation in which UCA was operating, this is to inform you also that I'm a member of the committee, but I'm allowed to give information. Yes.
Honorable Roland, a member of the committee does not debate.
Yeah, but I can give information.
That is as per our rules. Muhuma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the committee for the good report that has helped some of us have answers for our voters. Oftentimes, Right Honorable, we've been asked, you people, you mortgaged our airport, you sold our airport, I think this report has brought out facts on what really happened. I think we are able to explain where problems emanated. Right, Honourable Speaker, there's a concern from one of the recommendations made. Somewhere they are saying the minister should come and apologize to the House and to the country. Whereas I would somewhat agree, but two things. When we are processing loan requests, there are stages we normally go through, including our own House. There is a committee on national economy, according to the rules of Parliament, which always peruses, discusses, and comes out with recommendation to this House. What happened? Where did we go wrong? Couldn't we raise a red flag then to read this problem that is costing us a lot? I think we need also to evaluate ourselves. What was the role of cabinet? Because before any loan request is brought to Parliament, cabinet pronounces itself. Where did they go wrong? Why weren't they able to also find out these anomalies? Right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Milton. Honourable Milton, on page 12 of our report, number 2, it says, the committee observed that Parliament at the time of loan approval recommended. That means Parliament approved the what? The loan. And at the moment the Parliament approved the loan, there is no way you will castigate the Minister of Finance because he's implementing what you approved.
Thank you, my senior, for that observation. Honourable members, I think we needed to revisit this particular recommendation because in one way we had a role to play as far as this loan request was concerned. So I wanted to just make that contribution, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Procedure. On that, we've got to be very careful. First, to avoid self-incrimination. Parliament, the world over, does not discuss details of projects before approving the loan. Number 2, Parliament, the world over, does not draft agreements. That's an executive function. Number 3, Parliament does not conduct feasibility studies. And Parliament, finally, does not do due diligence. Those are executive functions that we delegate to the technical part of the executive. Somebody has got to read the entire paragraph as pointed out or referred to by the Honorable Nandala if you want to find out and to exonerate Parliament. I think the functions must be separated and kept within the 4 corners of our Constitution. Otherwise, we will move haphazard. The procedural issue is whether it is procedurally right to leave that on the handset where we self-incriminate.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much.
No. Honourable Chairperson, can you first give us a justification as to why you thought it right for the minister to come and apologize and not incriminate Parliament, which approved the loan?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker,
I want to get an answer for the procedural matter. I want him to explain.
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, as Honourable Segona has clearly stated, when the executive comes to Parliament and requests for a loan approval, Parliament gives an approval, and that's what happens. But then the details, the mechanics of everything have got to be worked out by the executive with specificity, the minister in this case. So what happened, the Minister of Finance went ahead and on behalf of the country, signed a loan agreement with China's Exim Bank. And as I stated yesterday, with your permission, I'll just highlight this very briefly. The unfavorable clauses of the Entebbe International Airport Financing Agreement. In 2014, Government of Uganda entered into a contract with China's Exim Bank for the expansion of the Entebbe International Airport, which had the following unfavorable clauses. Number one, a requirement for an escrow account where all revenues of UCAA were to be deposited, and Beijing had to approve all expenditure of UCAA. We are talking about a sovereign state, Madam Speaker. But now that this entity has got its revenues, it cannot expend any of that money until it gets an approval. That's problem number one. Problem number two, Madam Speaker, is to be approved by Beijing. That's another problem for a sovereign state, to have that in the agreement. The third issue is imposition of Chinese legal jurisdiction on the loan recovery mechanisms and arbitration. That in case there is an issue between us and Exim Bank, we go for arbitration. Where? In China. Once arbitration fails, you go to court. Where? In China. Now, that strips Uganda of all manner of immunity. So for the minister to sign such an agreement and bind us as a country, that's what we are saying is problematic. And also, in the same agreement, Madam Speaker, was the waiver of international immunity for Uganda. The minister appeared before our committee, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, who signed this contract. And the minister acknowledged before the committee that these terms were problematic, they were undesirable, they were not good for us as a country. In fact, one of the excuses he gave was raised by one of the honorable colleagues that you see when you're poor, your bargaining power is limited. And that's why he says he signed this contract. And because he also acknowledged that this loan agreement was problematic, the minister told us that there has been efforts to try and renegotiate this loan agreement. Teams have been sent to China to try and renegotiate. But China refused to renegotiate. They said, we already put pen to paper. You either leave it or you terminate the contract. But Madam Speaker, terminating the contract would be extremely expensive on the taxpayer because there will be sanctions, there will be penalties to be paid. And so the contract continues as is. So the minister himself admitted that this was very problematic. And we had a debate, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up, within the committee.
Can we first hear from government?
Yeah, thank you.
And then Nathan, you will come.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm glad my colleague, Honorable Joel, is referring to some of the clauses in the agreement. Right Honorable Speaker, I do have a report of the Committee of National Economy here, dated July 2015. And the chairperson was Honorable Xavier Choma, a Kampura, and it was signed by very many. In the report, on page 7, they state conditions. One of the conditions for which the minister is being accused is stated in the report here and approved by Parliament. It says, the repayment reserve account and the sales account shall be opened and maintained with the escrow account bank and be subject to the escrow arrangement under the escrow account agreement. An on-lending agreement to be signed by the government of Uganda and CAA in the form and substance. Number 3, no, I'm reading this report of Parliament and I'm laying it here. Number 2.
Honorable members.
Please, just wait a bit, I gave you your time. Allow me to show you, yes, your own data.
Allow.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Patrick.
Right Honorable Speaker.
I know you are a good listener.
Right Honorable
Why don't
Speaker.
you first listen?
Right Honorable Speaker, this report which was adopted by the House in 2015. Also, I saw the committee saying the procurement laws were flouted. On page 11, there is a recommendation on the contractor, okay, and proven performance stroke capability of the contractor. The committee was able to ascertain the technical capabilities of the procured contractor for this project when it visited some of the construction projects that were or are being undertaken by the contractor in China and Ethiopia, and is certain that CCC Limited has competence to implement and deliver. Parliament approved it. So what you're trying to do is to indict yourself as Parliament. You approved all this. You can't go back, turn around, and accuse people who implemented what you approved.
Clarification, Madam
simple.
Speaker.
Honorable,
Clarification.
honorable members, you don't switch on the mic and start asking for clarification.
Madam Speaker.
Aogon, Nandala.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Aogon, Nandala.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm so happy that this debate comes at a time when we're having members who were, some of whom were there before, and they understood the whole process. I'm also happy that Honorable Taib has managed to get out that piece of document so that we have some reference. But right, Honorable Speaker, this House needs to be aware that the Parliament approves loans and not agreements. And the big thing we have here is on the issue of agreements. And my colleague who is saying an order that he doesn't understand here should be told that it is the duty of the executive.
There is an order. By the way, Honorable Ogon, he understands. He don't have to say he doesn't understand.
Madam Speaker, whom I thought he knew the law very well. And Madam Speaker, before I read the order to him and his charge sheet, let me refer you to the Constitution of Uganda and Article 159. 159, and we shall start with 2, then 3, then 6, then the rest I leave for you. Madam Speaker, I'll read for you, we shall do 2, 3, and 6. Madam Speaker, this is power of government to borrow or lend. And I want all committees to read this law very well. 2, it says, government shall not borrow, guarantee, or raise a loan on behalf of itself or any other public institution, authority, or person except as authorized by or under an act of Parliament. That's number 1. And the 3 says, an act of Parliament made under clause 2 of this article shall provide that the terms and the conditions of the loan shall be laid before Parliament and shall not come into operation unless they have been approved by the resolution of Parliament. And the 6, that's the law and that's the Constitution, sir. An agreement, Madam Speaker, an agreement now, which you said the agreement don't come here. An agreement entered into under clause 5 of this article shall be laid before Parliament and shall not come into operation unless it has been approved by Parliament by resolution. So, Madam Speaker, what is raising, all agreements, terms are laid here. It is, and they are taken to our Committee of National Economy. They are brought here, they are approved. And if we have approved them wrongly, we have approved. So it's my colleague, Cyrus, who is my Amran, in order to say that agreements are never brought in the House, and yet the Constitution says.
Honorable members, I thought I had to rule on the order. Patrick, can you sit? The Constitution is very clear on powers of government to borrow or lend. And it states, as it has been read, that government shall not borrow, guarantee, or raise a loan on behalf of itself or any other public institutions without
the authority of Parliament. So, Honorable Silo, the agreements are approved by Parliament. Yes.
No, I'm still on the floor, please, my brother. That was the point of order to me. Right about Speaker, I do acknowledge the presence of my in-law here, Honorable Nandala. Thank you for the counsel, but that is just a part of the worldly thinking. Right about Speaker, I know one thing. Yes, the Constitution demands that the Parliament does allow for government to borrow. But I can tell you in the process, government has a duty to do the due diligence, which this House does not have. Right, Honorable Speaker, wait. Of this House.
Order, Madam Speaker, order.
Decorum of this House demands that when a member is on the floor, the rest listen.
Order.
They contain the pain and wait for your moment. Yes.
There is an order.
Order.
There is an order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with due respect, as we debate, we must be mindful of the powers of this House. We have our rules of procedure that govern and conduct our debate here. Even when we have challenges that we have right now, we don't need to put aside our rules of procedure. Madam Speaker, Rule 178 talks about the powers of the functions of the Committee of National Economy. 107, one of the function is to examine the terms and conditions of the loan. So, Madam Speaker, if the committee, after scrutinizing the terms and conditions of the loan request and presents the report on the floor of Parliament, and Parliament approves the loan, there is no way we can deny that Parliament has no duty to scrutinize the loan.
Procedure.
Therefore, is it in order for my honorable colleague to assert that Parliament doesn't have powers to and the capacity to
Madam Speaker, actually you are right, I didn't say so. I didn't say we don't have capacity, but I said there's a procedure.
Under Rule 178,
Yes.
the functions of a Committee of Natural Resources, one of them is to examine the feasibility of the loan that is being given out. In the process of doing the feasibility and scrutinizing, you do the due diligence, whether it's a feasible project. And if it is not a feasible project, it is a committee that reports back to this House and says this is not feasible enough, and then the loan can be rejected.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. So what I was trying to bring into question is this. Government usually asks the Office of the Attorney General and Solicitor General to look through agreements. So I am trying to pinpoint the point of mess that we have somewhere. How come that such an agreement can go through and come even to the level of Parliament, and the Office of the Attorney General then and the Office of the Solicitor General cannot raise a red flag on this? For me, this is my concern. And this is how the people whom we want to hold culpable are going to escape. Madam Speaker, we need to open up the whole thing, the curtain, and check who were the people then responsible. Because they are the ones who guide the whole process. They misled everybody. They must be caught ready-handed and they must be dealt with.
To get all these loopholes. What I expect of you, honorable members, is say, let's ask for a value for money audit. There is a problem, we've seen a problem. Now, what is the way forward? You have seen you lamenting. Okay, another lamentation from Musani.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm lucky I was here in 2019 when all this happened. for somebody to bring up just a small part of what happened and read it here is really unfair. Right Honorable Speaker, you were in this parliament, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
There's an
Right
order.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Just a
They've
minute.
allowed order.
Patrick,
Thank you, Right
just a
Honorable
minute.
Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, is it in order for a member who knows this loan was passed in 2015 to come on the floor of Parliament and lie that it was passed in 2019? Is it in order? This loan was passed in 2015. And you are still in Cassandra, you are not yet a member. Is it in order?
Honorable, the committee, there is passing and disbursement. Those are two different things. No, there is passing and disbursement. Now you're talking to people who know it. You're not talking to historians. There is an approval of the House and then there's a disbursement. The House approved it in 2015. 2019.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Taiwa is being unfair to this House and to this country. Matters of this loan came to the House.
Which period are you setting?
Right Honorable Speaker.
What is your period?
Where I was going before Honorable Taiwa interrupted me, this House, everyone who knows, you do not have technical capacity in this House. Right Honorable Speaker, we do not have technical capacity. We do not have even the budget to go, say, to Beijing, to go and evaluate all these details. And this House, and that's a fact. Right Honorable Speaker, we always depend on the goodwill of government. When the government comes to us in this House, they present the goodwill and we trust them. And we say, since the minister has evaluated, because the ministry has, the government has technical capacity, they have the money to go and do diligence, to go and do all this. We always depend on the goodwill of the ministers. The ministers come here, they report to the committees, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's not in order. Is it in order?
Honorable member, let's debate with the calmness. I don't know why you're raising your tempers on this thing. The same House gave out the money, and we are now looking at a way forward. Patrick, I don't expect such. I don't expect such from you. Debate with the calmness. When you come, your point will be received. You don't need to blame anybody. They report, get a legal advice from the Attorney General. Get a legal advice, and then you will debate from there.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, a point of information I want to raise on is that we are in this together. Parliament, executive, yes, because the Constitution has laid out roles that each one of us is to play, and we are complementary. For it is not correct to say that this House does not have capacity. This House has capacity, and its capacity is created by law. Was being discussed and being discussed. The Parliament went to Ethiopia for due diligence. Parliament did. It's on the record. So is it in order for a member to stand here and tell the whole nation that we members of Parliament do not have the capacity to look at loans?
Honorable members, one thing I need to let you know, in the committee report of then, the committee of for benchmarking and to carry out due diligence in China and Ethiopia. Here is the report that was presented to the House, and based on this report, that is how the loan was approved.
Madam Speaker, I want to seek again help the Parliament in the Constitution. Article 90, Committees of Parliament. Just 1 minute. Committees of Parliament. Just for 1 minute. Madam Speaker, Committees of Parliament, it's on clause 3. In exercise of their functions under this article, Committees of Parliament may call any minister or any person holding public office and a private individual submit a memoranda or appear before them to give evidence. B, and that's the most important, may co-opt any member of Parliament or employ qualified persons to assist them in the discharge of their functions. This is a constitution. So you cannot come here and say we don't have capacity, we are not, first of all, you have capacity to call a minister, you have the powers of the High Court, and that is C, and you can even get an expert to help you. And one of our main experts we have is the Auditor General, who has capacity to do value for money, to do any audit you want, and is an office of what? Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, while you were raising all this, informing a man who is informed.
Rakajara.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Nandara. I know you are very informed, but I've been a commissioner of Parliament for 5 years. And I want to assure this Parliament that we have enough technical team that can give us information we want and technical advice that we want. We have been also appropriating funds for verifying any information we want in and out of this country. Thank you so much.
So, Madam Speaker,
by the way, just to add on what Raka is saying, we have a very, very good technical team. Very good technical team, and leader of opposition will bear me witness. He has somebody called Charlie Gonza. Very good technical team that can do work for us. And one thing is Parliament has capacity. Full capacity.
Madam Speaker, in that regard, by the way, we have even the budget office here, a well good budget office. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things we should be really concentrating on, I have heard Cyrus raising an issue that were you a member of a committee? No, I wasn't a member of a committee, but I was a member of Parliament then. And I want to tell you what Parliament has passed, whether you are present or absent, it binds you. And I don't want us to change things for the sake of changing. And you are leaving this report. We should deal with the report in the right way, but not trying to look for faults and whatever. There is no way. You should ask the Minister of Finance here to come to apologize when you are the one who approved the terms, you are the one who approved the agreement. And I don't know why also Kasaja also comes to panic. He would have said you approved. That's number one. Madam Speaker, I have here a letter of offer. I have here the letter of offer, and I want to read it to the House. It is in the Chinese, but it was following our letter. And this is a letter of offer. Yes, I'm a Chinese. I'm a Chinese and I can read it in Chinese. By the way, I know many languages. But if you are not aware, I've been I'll read it here on the table. So, Madam Speaker, I want to state that on 8th October 2014, we wrote to the Chinese to design, build of upgrading and expansion of the Entebbe International Airport project, phase 1. Number Entebbe Airport, it is not talking about Arua. It is not. So when we're discussing, we're talking about Entebbe Airport. If those people went to Arua, went for a visit. Now, that was our request. And this is what they replied. On 10 September 2014, the Chinese reply. The Chinese is the headline, China Communication Construction Company Limited. CCC, whatever is there, whatever says. And this is saying, build of upgrading and expansion of the Entebbe International Airport project, phase 1. And I want to summarize. It is talking about $200 million. And this is the purpose of the million. We have examined the conditions of contract, employers' requirements, and hereby offer to design, contract, complete, and remedy defects and thereunder in conformity with the conditions of the contract for the accepted contract amount of $200 million. I would love my chief whip to tell me the date of the report, because this one doesn't matter the date of the report. What I want to put.
Honorable is 15th July.
15th July of which year?
Yeah, 2015.
This is 2014. That means this letter, even it has a stamp of parliament. We received it. And these are maybe the summary of the things. One, general items, $9.3 million. New cargo center complex, $42.6 million. New passenger terminal complex, new passenger terminal, $62.56 million. Strengthening of the runway 17/35 at associated taxiways, $19.7 million. Strengthening and expansion of apron 1, $26.1 million. Rehabilitation apron 2, $5.6 million. Strengthening of apron 4, $7.6 million. Strengthening of runway 12/30 and its associated taxiways, $12.4 million.
Yes, procedural
Madam
matter.
Speaker, the reason I'm raising design and expansion, $13 million. Madam Speaker.
There is a procedural
Now,
matter.
Madam Speaker, these were part of the agreements.
Procedure, sir.
There is a
Procedure.
procedural matter.
I'm not a Chinese, I'm a Ugandan.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for your kind indulgence. I have been patiently listening to the debate. I'm trying to wonder what mischief is being cured by the nature of debate on the floor. First of all, a discussion about capacity. There's a difference between having capacity and being capacitated. Capacity is legal, being capacitated is technical. There's a reason why all of us cannot call ourselves the Attorney General. We are ministers of finance. And the AG says we are in this together. I can't sign on your behalf. Right, Honourable Speaker, this committee is, the report here is the report of Parliament. And there's nowhere it is written that the recommendations here are conclusive. In fact, this House is clothed with legal capacity to say we are lifting the recommendations. The minister has no political responsibility in this, but the House of Parliament is guilty. It is, I mean, it is within the realm of this House to do so. Right, Honourable Speaker, would it be deal with the recommendations to avoid veering into the kind of debate that makes members of Parliament look like hired guns on the floor of Parliament. And we lose track of guiding an entity over which a committee of Parliament, our own committee, has reported, right, Honourable Speaker, and that we avoid looking as though, of course, I am not oblivious of the collective as government, because we are part of it. But the particular work of a committee of Parliament is distinct from a delegated role to cabinet, right, Honourable Speaker. I'm so concerned about where we're going, and probably we might fail to process this report. I am actually thinking myself that the report is not conclusive, which is why we are debating it. Can we, right, Honourable Speaker, get into having this report aligned to give this House of Parliament the kind of direction that will compel the executive to act on the gaps so being raised in the report, right, Honourable Speaker? Wouldn't it be proper?
Honorable members, I raised this thing immediately everybody got up. And I was saying, let's look at a way forward. Let's look at a way forward. Let's do a value for money audit for us to and apportion blame and determine who did not do what, when, and where. Much as Parliament does the approval, what after approval? Who did not do what? Did PPDA do its work? Did the minister do his work? And all the rest. And that's what I was telling you before. Let's look at a way forward. This is the first report from COSASE, and it is not exhaustive, as I said yesterday. Yesterday I said the scope of the report was wanting. You covered one area. So we are going to ask Auditor General to do a full audit of UCAA, and then the committee will have to look at the report. But when you start exchanging within yours, and of course, I also want to say nobody is hired. All of you have tempers, but keep your tempers until you leave the house. Keep your tempers, but the truth is we need a full audit on UCAA. The report is basically based on what Honorable Silwani raised. It is on what Silwani raised. So we'll need a value for money audit as another recommendation to be included in this report. Yes.
Procedure.
Eddie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Eddie Enos.
Honorable Speaker, before I comment on the report, I want to comment on what you have guided, that they could have a value for money audit. My experience is that value for money audits are on completed projects.
Pardon?
And the Auditor General has not yet given an opinion on this project. So if the Auditor General has not given an opinion on this project, and the project is not yet completed, conducting a value for money audit might be a very big challenge, right, Honorable Speaker?
There is an opinion on this project already.
The value for money audit.
I am saying there is an opinion from Auditor General, but we need a current report.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I want to help my brother, Honorable Kwezera. Every job done, there's a certificate of
completion.
No, that is talking of completion, which is talking about. But when you do a work is certified, you get a certificate. You have had the project started in 2019. There are always those, maybe we can call them interim certificate, but there will be a final certificate. What the Speaker and the Parliament we are looking at is that if you are going to conduct value for money audit now, that will be engineering audit, by the way, they will do what it has done so far, how much have you been, and a corrective action can be done. But if you are waiting for completion, where variances might be too big, you will have a problem to deal with that. And in the audit, where I want also to make one correction is, Madam Speaker, I want also to ask my colleagues to read the National Audit Act very well, especially Section 13, Section 24, Section 21, all those sections which deal with from 13 to 24. They are very important. And one of the audit is to audit the money. You even audit human resource, conduct the performance of the organization by auditing the executive, the chief executive, and whatever. In this report, if you are seeing it, we have not seen the audit on the chief executive because he was the project manager of this project. So, Madam Speaker, I want to make a proposal that one, we take this, ask the Auditor General to carry out value for money audit, then they give the report to our committee, it examines it further.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give to Honorable Nandala is this. Much as we are talking of value for money audit, the problem that we are grappling with is the nature of the agreement. How is it going to be sorted? That is the issue. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, he's
Madam
raising
Speaker,
an
you gave me a chance
argument.
to speak.
But I thought Quizera was on the floor.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. Madam Speaker, when you ask the committee says the minister should apologize, when you are giving the treasury memorandum, I don't know how they will quantify the apology. Another issue is that when they don't disclose the financial loss as a result of the leave that was paid for, you cannot know where to put how much was lost. Because the government policy is that when you take 1 year without taking your leave, you don't sell the leave. That's unheard of. It is an uncommon practice. But we should know how much was lost by CAA as a result of paying off those who were supposed to have gone on leave. Another issue about sovereignty, which members of parliament have been talking about, there is passing of the loan, there is signing of the contract. All contracts are supposed to be signed or approved by Auditor General under Article 119. So Parliament can do its work, but also the Attorney General has to issue a certificate that we have complied with the state objectives. So ceding part of our sovereignty because of the loan should be condemned. We shouldn't have Chinese laws applying here because we want a loan. So in this report, did they see the certificate from the auditor, the Attorney General? To the issue of NSSF, who caused the loss and how much was the loss? And who is going to pay? Because these workers should have paid to NSSF. And there is a penalty. So who is going to suffer the penalty, Madam Speaker and honorable members? Is it the CAA or it is the employees or who will lose the money? Finally, Madam Speaker, is the unpaid rent arrears. There can be arrangement because this is government to government. If the arrears are verified, they can be deducted at source from those individual entities, as long as the arrears are verified and the Auditor General has confirmed them. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, what we should be looking at is if there is any recommendation that you want to vary from the report, and then who will adapt the report with the modifications. And one thing you need to know that this report was not out of audit findings. It was out of a question that was asked in the House. So even when it is not exhaustive, that's why we are saying we will send the auditors to go and do a full audit on UCAA. Okay. Asimwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute in this debate. I want to thank the committee for the good work that they have done. And I want to agree by saying that this report should be referred so that we comply with the law, so that anybody who has been doing things which are not right, that person should stand. Speaker, my point here that I want to talk about is about the roles and responsibilities. All of us borrow money at our own individuals matter. We go and get loans, but at the same time, we have been entrusted to manage this country. We have different roles as parliament, executive, and whatever that accrues on all those matter. But Madam Speaker, I am bleeding in my heart. I was in the 9th Parliament. And when you see the period when that loan was approved in 2015, when I see that period of time, and you see with the timetable of our country regarding elections, 2015, that was the period when most of members of parliament, they were in their constituency doing primary elections. And in most cases, many things normally happen and they occur either when parliament have just started or when parliament is going for elections. That is when many people who are not very honest with their work, they come out with loans, with contracts, whatever, and then they lam it on parliament. Then Parliament, because of the pressure of election in this country, make people not to be and do a lot of due diligence. Then at the end, the whole repercussions fall into our young ones, the offspring that's coming. This is something that I need to say it on this floor of Parliament, Madam Speaker. It is very bad. There's a local artist in our area who sang, why this? Madam Speaker, am I protected with the leader of opposition and all that? I'm speaking to the leader of opposition. I want him to hear this. I'm saying there's a local artist who sang a song. He said, are you going to leave a will or you are going to leave a bill? And they were trying to refer, when you have responsibilities, will you leave behind you a debt for people to carry? Or you are going to leave before all other people to follow some good thing to be done? The trail of all activities that take place. And when you see at the debt which this country is carrying, and the activity of the role that we are supposed to play as Parliament, which it is a constitutional right for us, we need to stand up so that not every loans that come, we just agree and go by it. Because at the end, we are not going to be in this house. After some time, then other persons, they're going to follow it up. And who's going to pay for all this? This call for us to take our responsibility. We should not allow anything to come and just bow down Parliament. For example, now if I say, all the accounting committees, they are not doing their work because of the budget cut. We cannot move out. We cannot have any time to do anything. The only reason is that there's no money. What is Parliament supposed to do? If it So, Madam Speaker, as I wind up, let me say one thing here. They have pointed out very clearly about the appointment of the Director General, Mr. Fred, let me see here, I don't know how to pronounce his name. That the age for a managing director or Director General should be between 35 and 55 years. But now, his age it is in question. The committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I make my recommendations, I want first to thank the honorary members, mostly from the government side, who actually accepted responsibility that they facilitated civil aviation in taking this loan. And specifically, I think the lead, Nanda Mafabi, who must have been part of the team that facilitated that. In the same spirit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I last worked for government.
For me, I thought Enos was appreciating you.
No, he's saying, Madam Speaker, he's saying I facilitated the government. I've never.
I said you facilitated the process of securing this loan. So I wanted to thank
as a member of Parliament, yes.
I wanted to thank him. I wanted to thank them for being good leaders and taking responsibility. In the same manner, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the team that has been leading the Public Accounts Committee to also take responsibility and accept that when government did its part of facilitating the loans and allowing the construction to take place, they should have taken their time in the last 5 years and gotten to know what was going on with this contract. Okay.
There's a procedure matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for allowing me. That was a time when the other side of the house was so full. And in your wisdom, the Right Honorable Speaker, on that date and time, you allowed the free sitting in this house. However, Right Honorable Speaker, when you read the provisions of Rule 9, the house is not supposed to be as someone wishes. Since I came and sat this side, I've been looking at the other side and I see the seats are almost empty. I want to know, have some people crossed the floor so that we welcome them on this side while I was away? Oh, Madam Speaker, people fear to be identified with the NRM side and they come here to squeeze us up. How do people who are watching us on TV take this to be? Because it is very clear according to Lulu 9 that there are some people who are supposed to sit on your right and others who are supposed to sit on your left, especially for days like today when the House is fairly attended, Madam Speaker. And because of COVID, we feel a lot when these people come here and sit at places where it is indicated you don't sit here. Madam Speaker, are we procedurally moving on well to continue allowing the people who have refused to come out and say openly that they have crossed from NRM to the opposition to come and burden the leader of opposition is the leader of opposition is his side and even risk our lives?
Order.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Members, in a very deep debate on issues concerning this country, very important issues, and then somebody just raises up on matters of sitting. I am the Speaker of the House. I decide where who sits anytime.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And to the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now make my conclusion. If PAC could also accept the responsibility, then, Madam Speaker, I think the problem should be on how we do our oversight roles. When you look at this whole report, Madam Speaker, we're actually dealing with postmortem. And actually, it's not the first report, neither is it going to be the last, if we do not make corrections. And as Parliament, find either, Madam Speaker, you put an ad hoc committee to analyze how we do our work of oversight, mostly on these sectors. Otherwise, you'll find that we are dealing with postmortem. And in dealing with postmortem, we are not getting answers. If there was mismanagement of this particular contract at the civil aviation, it was already done. My request, Madam Speaker, is that we strengthen committee oversight roles. If it's on paper, yes, there could be laws giving us the powers, but how do we do our roles? How can somebody tell me that a contract that started in 2015, we're only making observations that it's not doing well 5 years down the road, and yet they have been leading a committee in that particular sector? That's number one. Number two, we have auditors' reports coming in every year, and these reports are submitted to this particular, actually specifically to PAC. How can they convince us that in the last 5 years, they have not been able to pick the performance of this contract, and they're only picking it 6 years down the road, and we are only dealing with postmortem? Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, sorry, I request that we sit, if there's a committee already, well and good, let them sit and find where we are going wrong as Parliament, and we correct that. Thank you.
Honorable members, the accountability committees, inclusive of COSASE, is supposed to do oversight in most of these committees. And the oversight they do, they get reports from the Auditor General. And of course, when you look at Auditor General reports, most of them are postmortem. But I must thank the committee that they've made us know what some of the things that are happening before we wait for the Auditor General's report. They've done a good job. My only problem with the committee, when you're in such a sensitive committee, you don't interact with the witnesses, start going on TV, talking, no. When you're in the accountability committee, you need to have classified information. Do work and make sure you do everything in confidence. Let's make the amendments. Yes,
Thank you very much.
on
Madam.
amendments,
Yes, amendments. Madam Speaker, as you have said, the media recommendations were far better than the recommendation in the report. I think we should adopt.
I have not said the media recommendations. I have not said the media recommendations were far much better. I say let's avoid media.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Let's avoid media. That was what I said. I did not say that. Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, first of all, one of the recommendations which I want to put in the report is that Parliament should desist from approving loans in a hurry. Because one of the causes.
What down what, Goretti? Which statement? I am not giving you the microphone.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your wise ruling. Madam Speaker, what I was raising, one, the recommendation that Parliament should desist from approving loans in a hurry.
That's a very good recommendation. Let's add it that this approval of loans in a hurry without analysis is not a good thing.
That's number one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, number two, in this report, we're bringing Arua, but we are looking at 200 million. Madam Speaker, my recommendation, which I want the Parliament to approve, is that a detailed analysis be done as per the scope of work and approved terms of the $200 million. The justification for this is because, for example, there was design cost of $13 million. How was that arrived at exactly $13 million? Only design, $13 million. Who is this one who did the design? Madam Speaker, if you recall, Siana Brothers failed in the procurement, and they are the ones doing the contract. The recommendation here is the person who awarded Siana Brothers the contract be held liable because Siana Brothers lost in the bid process, but they are the one doing the what? The contract. Madam Speaker.
So what is your recommendation on Siana?
The Siana, the one who gave them the contract. They
Should be held responsible.
Yeah, because they never qualified, but they got the what? The contract. That, wait, it doesn't matter, my brother. There are people who were there who did the job, because if it was the assumed they completed, it doesn't make that you should be dealt with, should be liable.
Anyway, all the people who did not do their work responsibly should be held liable.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe my brother who is raising that should look at Article 162 of our Constitution. It's 162. Okay. I may have made a mistake. They want to deal with accountability. It says, Madam Speaker, it's 164. It says, two, any person holding a political or public office who directs or concurs in the use of public funds contrary to the existing instructions shall be accountable for any loss arising from that use and shall be required to make good the loss, even if he or she has ceased to hold that office. Even if you are dead, you are supposed to make it good. So that's what I wanted to make it clear.
Any other amendment?
Madam Speaker, the final recommendation that the Internal Auditor General internal, not the auditor general, the internal auditor general and the
Internal auditor.
internal auditor general.
He's not the internal auditor general. He's the internal auditor.
Madam Speaker, I want to correct, the person is his, but the person concerned is internal auditor general.
Okay.
Am I right,
Yes.
Abdul?
Yes.
Thank you. The internal auditor general should provide the quarterly reports which were on this contract because they are entitled to make quarterly reports. And finally, the PPDA, that's the PPDA, the authority, should also provide this quarterly report on the audit of this 200 million.
First of all, we needed to find out from the chair, or did you interview PPDA among the team that you interviewed? Did you? Any other recommendation, Lumo?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the beginning, you clearly said that we need a forensic audit. Now,
I did not say forensic, I said value for money audit. Those are two
okay,
different
value
audits.
audit for
That one.
word you have used.
That one.
That one. Madam Speaker, if that is done, then a report will be made. If a report is made, Madam Speaker, all these recommendations which are made here, I'm very sure will be made in the report. When they are made in the report, Madam Speaker, then make a report and then we discuss that report, which will be done by that committee. Because right now, Madam Speaker, we are actually doing the work which I think would be done by the auditors, which we are expecting to do.
You see, once a report comes to the House, we just don't put it aside because there is a recommendation that another body should do an audit. Now, after approving this report, we will expect a treasury memorandum on the actions taken. The number of actions that the recommendations that the committee has made, those must be fulfilled. What the auditor general will do during the value for money audit will be to know how much money has been spent vis-a-vis the percentage of completion. That is what will be done. So the recommendations are equal, okay? And then we'll get a treasury memorandum from government after 6 months. And it also helps us to avoid the post-mortem kind of, because what Auditor General does is a post-mortem, but now we are on hands-on. Yes, Lee?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think right from when this loan was contracted, there was a problem. My recommendation would be that we streamline how we originate government programs and mobilize the resources. Uganda government wrote to the Chinese asking them to design, finance. I would imagine that was done using the PPP law. But if you go into the details, a lot of things have not been followed. So whoever is going to be involved in contracting loan, many have accused Parliament of being a rubber stamp and a clearing house. I think today it has been laid bare. I sit in Committee of National Economy. If you see how we do things there, I think soon we are going to get into a similar situation. So my recommendation is whoever is involved in originating loans must do thorough work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chirumira Hassan, Member of Parliament for Katikam South Constituency. Madam Speaker, these loans are obtained to help in the economic growth of the country. But again, it's a liability for the country. And now my recommendation is that much as we are interested in the growth of the country through external borrowing, we should keep an eye on the payment plan of these loans. Madam Speaker, my recommendation, therefore, is for any loan request, we should have a payment plan to avoid our country being trapped up in a state of indebtedness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I am not sure whether any loan can be approved without a payment plan. There is always a payment plan in place before any approval. And in the case of any default, then we will now say, where is the money that was supposed to pay this? Bosco?
Thank you, Right Honorable
I'm only
Speaker.
taking two recommendations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is in respect of, there's a recommendation which was raised by my senior with regard to the fact that Parliament should go slow, should do it slowly or something like that. For me, my understanding is that that would be ambiguous. Law has got to have an element of certainty. So if we say Parliament should be slow, should not rush, I think the regard should be to the fact that if the due process has been followed, it can even be done in 1 day, it can be done in 2 days. But for us to put the recommendation and say, should we go slow, it's an item which really is so ambiguous. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to give my colleague the information. Madam Speaker.
You know, the aspect of slowness is in terms of doing a due diligence, doing a feasibility study, analyzing how feasible the loans are than just, that's what I think I understood.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, further information to my colleague. What happens is, if you have the information, you should analyze it very well. What happens in the Parliament here? Where is Honorable Bahati? Is he around? He is fond of coming at around 6:30 to present a loan request. When members have what? Are tired. No, they have not gone. They are tired. And in 5 minutes, the loan request what? Now, a loan request binds the people of Uganda. I think it shouldn't come at the last minute. It should be maybe the first item on the order paper, and they lay down the terms and the conditions very clear and the agreement, and we discuss where does it bind a taxpayer. That's all.
And maybe just the word maybe should be thorough scrutiny of the loans, maybe not slow. Yes, Nakawa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to avoid postmortem, I think Parliament should do its oversight role basing on interim certificates and quarterly reports, because there is already a recommendation that there should be quarterly reports produced by.
Are you saying Parliament or the internal audit?
Quarterly reports from those institutions.
The Parliament does the oversight. The standing committee, the accountability committee looks at an audit report. Look at the functions of COSASE, look at the functions of PAC to guide you on which reports are looked at.
Okay. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, when I was studying construction law, we are told that there are very pertinent steps that one takes before signing a contract. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the steps is to look critically at the contacts, your contacts. Then you look at the obligations. Then you look at the cost. And finally, you get advice from your lawyers. In this case, I think the lawyer is the Attorney General. Before the minister makes a decision, I think he should have gotten advice from the Attorney General. On this note, I would like to know what the opinion of the Attorney General was when the minister was making a blunder that has been criminalized. Thank you.
Kampala.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm Shami Malende, the District Woman Representative for Kampala. I stand to thank the committee for the report that has been presented to this Parliament, headed by Honorable Joel Senyonyi. I agree with the report of the committee on the observation that the project was marred with illegalities and there were several violations of law. And as Shadow Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I stand firm on ground to recommend that at least can we agree, all of us, that the state enterprises and agencies must learn to respect the law. For example, why would ESO, Uganda Police, occupy premises and then refuse to pay rent or even refuse to sign the tenants agreements? So no one is above the law. And I implore this Parliament to implore and also prevail over the state agencies to respect the law. And maybe finally, Right Honorable Speaker, it's about the non-implementation of some works due to land which is located near the runways because it is owned by private individuals and they have never been compensated. Right Honorable Speaker, I have information. I have received clients in my office who occupy part of that land near the airport, and they are being evicted without being compensated by government first. So I also pray that those in charge must look into the matter so that we can have justice served. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Senyonyi. Attorney General, let's.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with the Shadow Minister of Justice that no one is above the law. And is appropriated here for those purposes. And if it is not used for that purpose, I think the committee should check and see why that is not done. On the issue of the report, I thank the committee for the work they've done, and I've listened to the recommendations very closely. I just want to assure the House here, as Attorney General, we have not been and are not in breach of this contract. The first payment is not yet due. I want us to have that very clear. We are not in breach. Secondly, when we are dealing with terms of contract, we should not ever think about terms of contract for purpose of breaching. We do contracts for purposes of meeting our obligations and not defaulting. The government of Uganda has no intention whatsoever to default on this term, on the terms of this contract, and the airport is at no risk. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, in respect to the land on the runway, Honorable Minister, shadow government, if clients have come to you to deal with this land for compensation, they should meet me in court. As far as we are concerned, we have evaluated that matter, and we believe that government has a very good case to defend this land. Government has been at that airport for very many years, and we cannot entertain and shall not entertain these claims that keep coming every 30, 40 years to claim I have land at the runway. We've never seen you there. So your clients should meet us in court and we'll deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Honorable Attorney General. Once again, I want to thank the committee of COSASE. And much as we have some gaps, but I believe it will be better. It's the first report and you've done a good job. I want to thank you so much. You've opened our eyes on what is happening at UCAA, and I am going to order the Auditor General to do a comprehensive on UCAA, and we also want value for money for the new expansion. Value for money for a new expansion, but a normal audit for the whole UCAA. We are going to adapt the report with the amendments that have been made, recommendations that have been made, and I put a question that a report of Public Accounts Committee on Commission, Statutory Authorities, State Enterprises on Operation of Civil Aviation Authority be adopted with amendments of recommendations. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations. Honorable members, allow me to validate the order paper and allow Honorable Katundu to present his report.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into allegations of misconduct and misbehavior made against Honorable Zake Francis, MP Mitiana Municipality and Parliamentary Commission.
Honorable members, as you recall, a complaint was raised by Honorable Jara Mapendusi regarding the conduct of one of our commissioners, Honorable Zake, on the social media posts that, according to Honorable Mapendus, undermine the integrity and the decorum of this house. Aware that under the rules of procedure established, the Committee of Rules and Privileges and Discipline, and gave it its mandate under Rule 175 to deal with the matters of discipline to members. I referred this matter to be investigated by the committee and report back to this house. I have been informed the committee has concluded its assignment and the report is ready with us. It's uploaded, and this report did the investigation on behalf of this house, not on behalf of a part of the house. So can I have the chair present? And maybe on the same, I have also received a notification that there is also a minority report, which will also be presented.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a problem speaking with this mask on. I don't know, now that Honorable Cheng is here, she can advise whether if I sanitize the microphone, I can go ahead and remove it such that I'm audible. Thank you very much for advising. So the Honorable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is the report of the Standing Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline on the inquiry into allegations of misconduct and misbehavior made against Honorable Francis Zake, MP, Mityana Municipality and Parliamentary Commissioner. Right Honorable Speaker, the report has got two views, the minority report and the majority and the minority report, but nonetheless, the rules provide that that is one report. Both together with the minutes of the committee are laid on the table.
Please lay.
And they are duly signed by the minimum number of the required members.
Thank you.
I'll present the report of the majority, and thereafter I'll ask my colleague, the Honorable Aisha Kabanda, to report on to present the minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 15th of February 2022, during a sitting of Parliament, the Honorable Martin Ojara Mapenduzi MP Badeje, Laibi Division, Gulu City, rose on a point of privilege, making reference to Rules 59(1)B and M of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament regarding an allegation of misconduct and misbehavior against Honorable Francis Zake, MP, Mityana Municipality, and also Parliamentary Commissioner. Honorable Mapendus quoted a post from social media in which Honorable Zake allegedly disparaged the person of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament and allegedly denigrated the integrity of the office of the Speaker and the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. It is attached to this report as Appendix 1 and 2. The Honorable Mapendus stated, and I quote, "Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to raise this matter of national importance. I rise up under Rule 59(1)B and M of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament on a point of privilege, which is of utmost importance and urgency to this Honorable House. Last week, the nation woke up to a rant by a member of this House, who is a Commissioner of Parliament, the Honorable Francis Zake, through his known social media handle, where he insulted the integrity of this House and above all, the integrity of the office of the Speaker. He wrote, and I want to quote, he went on, "The fact that my body was severely encountered torture from security operatives. I was tortured. To my consternation, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, while presiding over a session of Parliament, controverted the finding of the High Court in a civil suit number 85 of 2020 that I was tortured by sarcastically stating, but with the most level of recklessness, that though tortured, I won a medal in the East African Parliamentary Games." He continued, "The utter buncombe emanating from her dishonest lips was only intended to mock and break me down. This is idiocy. Parliament deserves better. How a person to appreciate that healing is a natural phenomenon. The loose cannon in her couldn't contemplate the duty that her office owes members and the country at large. Disturbingly, she ejaculated while presiding over a session to condemn torture. Ah, how hypocritical. Shame upon you." This is exactly the statement he authored on his social media handle. Madam Speaker, in compliance with this, Based on the requirement of this House, I beg to lay on the table a printout of what the honorable member wrote. Madam Speaker, all of us may have our own emotions and issues to deal with, but there are avenues in our rules of procedure through which anything done by a presiding officer in the House can be challenged. The member never exercised any of the remedies provided for in the rules, but chose to go to the social media. The conduct of the member not only denigrated the integrity of Parliament in the eyes of the citizens of Uganda, but was also a breach of Rule 84 and 85 and Paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament embedded in Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In my view, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Mapinduzi went on, this amount to gross misconduct and misbehavior on the part of the honorable member, for which I intend to move a motion under Section 5 of the Parliamentary Act, Administration of the Parliamentary Act, for his removal from the office of Commissioner of Parliament. I will also be moving to this House at an appropriate time under Rule 16 to suspend Rules 56, 110 of the Rules of Procedure. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The following members spoke with respect to the matter. 1, Honorable Jonathan Ebwaru, MP Soroti West Division. The Honorable Geoffrey Macho, MP Busia Municipality. The Honorable Mary Annette Nakato, District Woman Representative of Yendi. The Honorable Agnes Atim, District Woman Representative Amolata. The Honorable Esther Afoyochan, District Woman Representative Zombo and Parliamentary Commissioner. The presiding officer, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, while stating that other processes may go on, referred the matter to the rules, privilege, and discipline under Rule 175 of the Rules of Procedure, stating that the Constitution dictates a fair hearing for every citizen before a decision is taken. The committee was directed to report to the House within 2 weeks. Mandate of the Committee on Rules and Privileges and Discipline. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda empowers Parliament to make its own rules of procedure to regulate its procedure. Under Article 94, Clause 1, the Constitution provides, subject to the provisions of this article, Parliament may make rules to regulate its procedure, including procedure of its committees. Further, Article 90, Clause 2 provides that Parliament shall, by its rules of procedure, prescribe the powers, composition, and functions of its committees. In the exercise of the stated constitutional mandate, Parliament made the rules of procedure providing for, among others, the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline. And under Rule 175, the functions of the committee are as follows. 1, the Committee on Rules, Privilege, and Discipline shall, by order of the House, inquire into any complaint of contempt of Parliament, breach of privilege, which may be referred to it, and to recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. B, consider any matter of discipline referred to it by the Speaker of the House, including attendance of members at sittings of committees, and report its findings to the House. C, review these rules from time to time and to make such recommendations to the House for amendment as the committee considers necessary for the satisfactory functioning and efficient transaction of business of the House and its committees. D, examine and advise the House on amendments proposed to these rules by members or other committees of the House, and carry out such other functions as are conferred by these rules or assigned by the House. The findings and shall be presented, debated, and approved by the House without prejudice to Sub-Rule 2, where an affected party agrees to the findings and recommendations referred to in that rule. There shall not be debate, save approval of the report by the House. 4, Once the House has pronounced itself on any matter presented under this rule, the decision of the House shall be binding on all the parties. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, these were the issues for determination. Upon due consideration of the matter to it, the committee found the following to be the pertinent points of reference. Impugned social media statements were made by the Honorable Francis Zake. 2, whether there is any breach of the rules of procedure of Parliament, including breach of privilege or a matter of discipline. 3, what are the observations and recommendations on the issue? Methodology. The committee, being conscious of its powers under the Constitution and the rules of procedure of Parliament and its quasi-judicial nature, employed the following methods of work. 1, public hearings. Review of documents and written submission. Review of social media content. Review of applicable laws and other literature. From the onset, the committee, aware of its quasi-judicial role, resolved that any member of the committee who could have publicly expressed his or her views on the matter would have to recuse himself or herself from participating in the proceedings of the committee. The committee further resolved that Honorable Zake has a right to be represented by counsel. He was at liberty to attend any committee meeting that would be held for purposes of examining witnesses, and that he would, if he so wished, be given an opportunity to cross-examine the witnesses. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Honorable Zake had a right to access all the evidence that was adduced to the committee by any witness. The Honorable Zake would be informed of the list of witnesses that would appear before the committee. Pursuant to the above, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee wrote to the Honorable Zake via letter dated 21st February 22, informing him of 1, the allegations, his rights, and the committee's schedule. And that is attached to the report as Appendix 4. Public hearing. The committee carried out public hearings and heard from the following. 1, the Honorable Martin Mapenduzi, Member of Parliament, Badeje, Laibi Division, Gulu City. Jonathan Ebwaro, MP Municipality. Geoffrey Macho, Busia Municipality. Annette Nakato, Vuyende. Francis Zake, M. Metiana Municipality, Parliamentary Commission. Mr. Abdul Salam Waiswa, Head Legal Services, Uganda Communications Commission, and Mr. Michael Vamwestie, Head Information Technology and Security of Uganda Communications Commission. Mr. Solomon Wilson Kirunda, Acting Director, Department of Litigation and Compliance, who represented the Clerk to Parliament. Review of documents and written submission. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee reviewed the following documents. A copy of the social media post allegedly made by the Honorable Francis Zake, presented by Honorable Mapendus on the 15th of February. It is attached. And his further written submission dated 3rd of March 22, presenting more copies of social media content. A Hansard of 8th and 15th, Hansards of 8th and 15th of February. It is also attached as Appendixes 6 and I. Submission written and presented by the Honorable Zake, dated the 28th of February, Appendix 7, Roman 7. Mr. Zake, Honorable Zake's written submission delivered to the committee on the 1st March 2020, jointly drawn and filed by Messrs. Kiza and Mugisha Advocate and Messrs. Pace. I don't know whether this is a Peche or Pace. Anyway, Pace and Company Advocates. The written submission dated 25th February 2022 and presented by officials from the Uganda Communications Commission on the 3rd of March. A copy of the complaint of the division commander of the police, Parliamentary Police Division, dated 10th of February 22 to the Inspector General Police. Review of the social content. The committee reviewed the content from the social media accounts, Facebook and Twitter, on which was alleged that the viewed content had been posted and whose ownership was attributed to the Honorable Francis Zake. Review of applicable laws and other literature. The committee considered the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda applicable to the matter, the rules of procedure of Parliament, decided cases, particularly from parliaments and courts of the Commonwealth countries, treaties and papers on parliamentary procedure and practices. Objections raised by Honorable Zake. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, when Honorable Zake appeared before the committee on the 28th February, he challenged the jurisdiction and the independence of the committee. This was made orally and in his written submission. He argued, number one, that the committee had no jurisdiction to entertain the matter since the impugned statements were made outside the presence of Parliament. Two, he further argued that the committee was biased, partial, and lacked independence since the matter in question was referred to it by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and there was no way the committee would decide against her. The committee considered objections, and in a ruling delivered by the chairperson on the 2nd of March 2022, found no merit in any of the raised preliminary objections. One, lack of jurisdiction. In the ruling, it was noted that on the 28th of February, the Honorable Zake appeared before the committee and objected to its jurisdiction. Zake presented a written statement on March 1st in which he further challenged the jurisdiction of the committee. The committee considered Article 94 of the Constitution, which empowers Parliament to make rules to regulate its procedure and that of its committees. The committee notes that Article 90 of the Constitution provides as follows. Parliament shall appoint committees necessary for the efficient discharge of its functions. Parliament shall, that is Article 90, Clause 2, by its rule of procedure, prescribe the powers, composition, and functions of its committees. In the exercise of their powers under this article, committees of Parliament may call any minister or any person holding public office and private individuals submit memoranda or appear before them to give evidence. May co-opt any member of Parliament or employ qualified persons to assist them in the discharge of their functions. Shall have the powers of the High Court for, and I repeat, for enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. And two, comparing the production of documents and issuing a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad as number 3. The committee also considered the Rule 175 of our Rules of Procedure on the mandate of the Committee on Rules and the Code of Conduct Appendix F of the Rules of Procedure and found the committee had the opportunity to examine the above provisions of the law, the Constitution, and the rules. It also considered the objections raised by the Honorable Zake. The committee considered Article 94, cited by Honorable Zake, which reads, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, that emphasis is mine, subject to the provisions of this Constitution. Parliament may make rules to regulate its procedure, including that of its committees. In interpreting Article 94, regard must be had to other provisions of the Constitution. Article 90, Clause 2, provides that Parliament shall, by its rules of procedure, prescribe, and emphasize this, Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, Parliament shall, by its rules of procedure, prescribe the powers, composition, and functions of these committees. Pursuant to the above constitutional mandate, Parliament made its rules of procedure via statutory instrument number 30 of 2021. These are the rules that regulate the conduct of business in Parliament, as well as the code of conduct and discipline of members of Parliament. The committee noted that Honorable Zake and his legal team did not address their mind to Article 90, Clause 2, which provides for powers of the committees, and Rule 175 of the Rules of Procedure, from which this committee derives its jurisdiction. To demonstrate that the complaint before the committee falls outside the scope of complaints that should be adjudicated on by the committee, Parliament, in accordance with Rule 156 and 151(8)(1)(b), appointed the Committee on Rules, Privileges, Discipline, provided it with the following functions. 175(1). The committee shall, by order of the House, inquire into any complaint is underlined, of contempt of Parliament or breach of privilege which may be referred to it, and to recommend to the House such action as the committee may consider appropriate. And in B, the committee may consider any matter of discipline. I repeat, the committee may consider any matter of discipline. Any matter of discipline is being emphasized by us, the committee. Refer to it by the Speaker or the House, including attendance of members at sittings of committees, and to report its findings to the House. Given the above provision, the committee was satisfied that it had jurisdiction to entertain the matter and therefore proceeded to consider the complaint which was referred to it. The committee decided that it would proceed to dispose of the matter before it, despite the absence of Honorable Zake, who had clearly chosen to snub the committee's proceedings. The committee took cognizance of the principle that all that is required of a quasi-judicial body is to accord a party a reasonable opportunity of being heard. And where an individual fails and or refuses to appear before it, it can be stated that he or she has denied a right to be heard. It cannot be stated that he or she has been denied a right to be heard. Once the opportunity is given, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable members, the party who is given such opportunity is at liberty to utilize it or not. And if not utilized, then the only point on which the party not utilizing the opportunity can be heard is why such a party did not utilize it. In the instant case, the committee, through several invitations, gave the Honorable Zake a reasonable opportunity to be heard. It is not up to the committee to inquire into reasons why the Honorable Zake opted to snub the proceedings. Partiality and lack of independence. Excuse me. The Honorable Zake complained of bias, partiality, and lack of independence by the committee. His contention was that the Supreme Law demands that only impartial tribunals disperse judicial or quasi-judicial functions. He stated that people who appear before the committee are entitled to the reality and the climate of independence and impartiality guaranteed by Article 28(1), 42, and 44C of the Constitution. He further contended that with the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Anita Among, as personal and individually interested and concerned in this matter, as she confessed before referring the matter to the committee, nothing short of a miracle would see the committee making recommendation adverse to those of the Deputy Speaker. He alluded to Article 28 and 42 of the Constitution on the right of fair hearing and the right to just and fair treatment in administrative decisions. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was alive to these constitutional provisions and the essence of a right to a fair hearing. The committee is also alive to the fact that the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker is not a sitting member of this committee. The committee is properly constituted and none of the members has been pointed out as being biased or is likely to be biased. Indeed, no application had been made of any member of the committee to recuse themselves from the proceeding on accounts of any alleged bias. The objection relating to bias must be made against a sitting member of the tribunal and should not be premised on extraneous factors. In the committee's consideration, in the committee's considered view, a distinction must be drawn between mere fear of a party of the likely decision of a tribunal and bias attributed to the tribunal. The committee has had the opportunity to consider principles of bias enunciated in cases, especially in the Obigakania Mario versus the Electoral Commission. It is an election petition of number 14, 2011, where it was held that to determine bias, there must appear to be real likelihood of bias. Surmise or conjecture is not enough. In the committee's view, could amount to conjecture and surmise. They are not sufficient to render the committee biased. That could possibly be the very reason why no application was made of any of the committee members to recuse themselves. The committee gave the Honorable Zake all the opportunity to present his case in accordance with the well-known principles of natural justice and fair hearing. He was allowed to appear with counsel, and he appears with 2 lawyers from 2 law firms. He was informed of his right to cross-examine any witness and attend all committee meetings. All evidence before the committee was provided to him. He sought adjournment on 2 occasions, which were granted. And instead of appearing on the 2nd occasion, he decided to keep away. Even then, every evidence that came before the committee after he had failed to attend was forwarded to him. On the day to which the meeting was adjourned, after waiting for 1 hour, the committee, on its own motion, contacted the lawyers of the Honorable Zake, who had written to the committee the previous day. The lawyers informed the committee that the instructions had been withdrawn that morning. The committee went further to make a telephone call to the Honorable Zake. The telephone call was not answered. The committee further followed it with a WhatsApp message. Audio recordings of the proceedings of the committee were forwarded to the Honorable Zake on the 22nd of February, 2022. On the 4th of March, further evidence of the social media publication, tweets as presented to the committee by the Honorable Mapenduzi on the 3rd, were forwarded to the Honorable Zake, together with the audio recordings of the committee proceeding of the 3rd and 4th of March, 2022. The committee, in our view, did what any reasonable tribunal acting judiciously would have done. It is therefore surprising that the Honorable Zake would imagine that the committee was acting with bias and partiality. Whereas Honorable Zake State Speaker was the complainant in this case. The record before the committee shows that the complainant was Honorable Martin Ojara Mapenduzi, and it is the complaint which the committee processed. Findings and analysis. Summary of evidence. The committee considered all the testimonies from the witnesses that appeared before it and the documents presented. Below is a summary of the evidence. Mapenduzi and other MPs who appeared before the committee. The Honorable Mapenduzi and other members' complaint was that Honorable Zake's alleged misconduct and misbehavior brought the institution of Parliament of Uganda into disrepute, as well as that of the office of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. It was stated by posting disparaging statements on social media, the Honorable Zake breached his privilege and also depicted misconduct and general misbehavior. Honorable Mapenduzi stated that he believed the Honorable Zake failed to follow the established procedures under the rules of procedure of Parliament to challenge any statement made on the floor of the House, and instead decided to use social media platform to make the following statement. And this is the statement that the fact, sorry, I have to repeat it. The fact that my body was severely encountered, has severely encountered torture from security operative. It is on record that indeed I was tortured. To my consternation, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, while presiding over a session of Parliament, controverted the findings of the High Court in a civil suit number 85 of 2020 that I was tortured by sarcastically stating, but with the utmost level of recklessness, that though tortured, I won a medal in the East African Parliamentary Games. The utter bankum emanating from her dishonest lips was only intended to mock and break me down. This is idiocy. Parliament deserves better. How a person of her caliber lacks intelligent prowess to appreciate that hearing is a natural phenomenon. Couldn't contemplate the duty that her office owes members and the country at large. Disturbingly, that one. While presiding over a session to condemn torture, how hypocritical, and shame upon you. Honorable Mapenduzi averred that his statement contravened the rules of procedure, and other members of Parliament who appeared before the committee supported this view. Submission of the Uganda Communications Commission. The evidence from UCC was technical. It provided insights into the social media handles. UCC sought to verify and confirm the use or ownership and authenticity of Twitter and Facebook accounts that were attributed to the Honorable Francis Zake, the content of which was the subject of the investigation by the committee. The account in question were at www.facebook.com/Honorable Zake Francis Butebi and twitter.com/Zake Francis. The evidence provided by UCC
Procedure,
was
Madam Speaker.
as follows.
Procedure.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Chair, thank you for the report. But in consideration of the fact that we have had this report for the last one day, most of us have read through, and the words that were used are too ugly. I request the Honorable Chair, through you, Madam Speaker, that he jumps to the conclusions and recommendations, and then we move forward, because you have the report on your iPads. We've had it, and the words are too ugly. I beg, Madam Chair.
Order.
Honorable members. Honorable members. You don't have to shout. Members, you don't have to shout. I know the words that are in the document are ugly. You wouldn't love your children to hear from out. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for that ruling. The evidence provided by UCC was Facebook and Twitter are over-the-top application provided by technology firms based in the US. Whereas Twitter and Facebook do obtain similar identification information about their account holders at the point of account opening, the Commission does not have direct access to their registers of such information. Due to the differences in jurisdiction, a court order is required to be presented to Twitter or Facebook to provide this information. Whereas the Commission has acquired different technical capabilities to facilitate the implementation of its regulatory mandate under sections 5(1) and 45 of the UCC Act 2013. The respective system to facilitate such assessment independently is currently undergoing technical upgrades and therefore not available. That the technical limitations notwithstanding, the Commission had, through the use of open source techniques, obtained the following information. Facebook page, www.facebook.com/Honorable Zake Francis Butebi, exists on Facebook and is associated with the email address zakefrancis12@gmail.com. The said Facebook account is officially verified by Facebook and is reported to have been opened using government-issued documents. The commission therefore deduced that before Facebook verified those accounts, the user must have submitted an official document describing him as such. No information had been obtained about the Twitter account, twitter.com/ZakeFrancis. UCC averred that the impugned post had been deleted and was no longer available on the account. UCC could further investigate. UCC could conduct further investigation in respect to the matter if Parliament furnished it with the devices which have been used to post the impugned post. And that communication from the UCC is attached to the report and laid on table. The committee was further informed by officials from UCC that it is possible to trace any post that was deleted from Twitter or Facebook if the device used to post it, as stated in 4 above, is provided. During the hearing, the UCC officials read out the personal information provided in the Twitter handle of /twitter.com/ZakeFrancis, and they bore the following particulars. Francis Zake at Zake Francis, Commissioner of the 11th Parliament at Parliament of Uganda, Director at Zake Foundation, Secretary for Youth at NUP-UG, MP Mityana Municipality, location Mityana, Uganda Parliament.go.ug, date of birth born 12th January 1991, and joined December 2017. There were several posts on the Twitter account that were read before the committee. There were several posts on the Twitter account that were read before the committee. And actually it showed the account is still active and is in the names of Zake Francis, a member of parliament, Commissioner of Parliament of Uganda. The latest post actually were about the submissions presented by the Honorable Zake to the committee. And we have attached them as Appendix 9 to the report. Consideration of other issues raised by the Honorable Zake. It was Honorable Zake's submission that his security detail to which he was entitled to as a commissioner was unceremoniously withdrawn without an explanation. According to him, he was already being punished before being heard. The committee invited an explanation from the clerk to Parliament on the allegation of the withdrawn security detail of Honorable Zake. And the letter inviting the clerk to Parliament is attached as Appendix 15 and Roman 16. The committee received evidence that matters regarding security in Parliament are handled by Uganda Police, and the police officer assigned to guard the Honorable Zake, a one police constable number 40863, a Wasu Sam, was withdrawn by the Inspector General of Police following alleged misconduct by the said officer. And this is in a letter Appendix 17, Roman 17. Further, the testimony from the office of the clerk revealed that a personal bodyguard was not one of the stipulated benefits of a parliamentary commissioner. The parliamentary commission provides a backup bench commissioner with the following: 1, a fully furnished office; 2, a one-station wagon vehicle; 3, fuel per month deposited on his fuel card; a driver identified and recommended by the commissioner. The driver must have obtained a Uganda certificate of education and would be tested by the Ministry of Works and Transport. 2, further, a political assistant recommended by the commissioner. He or she must be a university graduate. Further, a monthly honorarium. Further, 2 domestic servants. Honorable members, that ends there. There isn't further. A bodyguard could only be allocated by the Inspector General of Police upon a threat being detected or an application being made by any citizen of Uganda. That by decision of the Parliamentary Commission on the 27th of October 2021, security was posted at the residences of the parliamentary commissioners.
There's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a procedural matter under Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure.
Under Rule what?
Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not comfortable the way the engineer Honorable Magogo is seated. Why am I saying that? Actually, there is someone who is standing next to him. You have a right to allocate each and every member a seat. Let that honorable member come this side. You know, Engineer Magogo is a very big person in this nation. He's a former president, by the way. Let him come and sit this side. There is that person who is seated next to him.
He's just standing, Honorable Speaker. Sit sir this side, let him come and this side.
Nsubuga,
That one is my purpose. Should be suspended.
Chair. Nsubuga. If you have nothing, Honorable Nsubuga, Paul, if you have nothing to say when there is a very serious issue, keep quiet. Yes, there's a procedure
Thank you.
from.
Procedure. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I consider Honorable Katuntu's report very important to us, all the members of this House, because some members are affected directly and indirectly. I'm therefore imploring you, Right Honorable Speaker, considering the importance and the gravity of this, of the subject we are handling now, that the chair who is presenting the report be given a chance to read with minimum interruption. So right now, I'm just imploring you, this is a matter that concerns discipline. This is a matter that concerns all of us. And it's difficult for him to summarize, because in the process of summarizing, what he considers important may be very important to other members. So I think it's important that he should be allowed to quickly read so that we can proceed faster. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Chair. Chair, members, honorable members, let's have minimum interruptions. Order. Members, let's listen.
Speaker. A bodyguard could only be allocated by the Inspector General of Police upon a threat being detected or an application being made by any citizen of Uganda. That by decision of the Parliamentary Commission on the 27th October 2021, security was posted at the residences of the Parliamentary Commission and they remain under the command of the Inspector General of Police and not Parliament. Evidence was showing that it was the Division Police Command of Parliamentary Police Division who lodged a complaint against the Honorable Zake's bodyguard, who had, according to the complaint, exhibited bad manners and was not cooperative in surrendering his firearm for safe custody at the Yamari when entering at the Prince of Parliament. Consideration of evidence and the issues for determination. Whether the impugned social media statement were made by the Honorable Zake. According to the complaint before the committee, the impugned statements were made on social media accounts. Zake. Honorable Mapendus stated that he took screenshots of the statements and presented them before Parliament. The same were presented before the committee. UCC brought evidence to show that the Facebook account on which the statement was also posted belonged to a Honorable Zake. UCC officials also read several posts on the Twitter account, which is attributed to the Honorable Zake. Some of the posts clearly showed an active account with even the latest proceedings of the committee, including photographs being posted. The committee observed that Honorable Zake did not bring any evidence to deny the ownership of those accounts, nor did he make a clear attempt to deny the impugned posts. Honorable Zake did not at any time deny ever making the statements attributed to him. He did not deny that it was a statement posted on his social media account and by himself. In his written submission filed before the committee by his legal counsel, Honorable Zake's contention was not that he had not made the statements or caused them to be published on his social media accounts. His contention was that the statements were made outside the proceedings of Parliament and outside the precincts of Parliament, which denied the committee the jurisdiction to inquire into them. The committee, however, found that the impugned posts were deleted and were no longer on the account. Honorable Zake only stated, and I quote, "Mr. Chairperson, some social media comments allegedly responding to the speaker's insensitive joke have been attributed to me in recent days, although without any technical proof that I made them. It is on account of that alleged but unproven social media response that the same deputy speaker who made fun of my pain and humiliation referred me to this committee for trial." Unquote. The committee considered both social media platforms, Twitter and Facebook, because Honorable Mapendus, while complaining in the House, referred to Honorable Zake's known social media handle. Whereas the term handle refers to Twitter, the document Honorable Mapendus laid on table was actually a Facebook post, as confirmed by UCC. The committee is cognizant of the general rule in the proceedings of this nature that the burden of proof lies on the party who asserts the affirmative of the issues or questions in dispute. When that party adduces evidence sufficient to raise a presumption that that's what he asserts is true, he is said to shift the burden of proof. That is, his allegation is presumed to be true unless the person complained about contests and adduces evidence to rebut the presumption. Based on this principle, once Honorable Mapendus adduced evidence against Honorable Zake, it was expected that if Honorable Zake wished to contest the allegations of Honorable Mapendus, he would have unequivocally denied the allegations and adduced evidence to controvert the evidence adduced in support of the complaint. It should be noted that the Honorable Zake requested for the evidence that had been, and I repeat this, it should be noted that the Honorable Zake himself requested for the evidence. The committee provided this evidence to him. However, when he appeared, he raised objections to jurisdiction and submitted that he was before the committee not to defend himself, but out of courtesy and because of the respect he had for his colleagues and the institution. And for the purposes of record, the Honorable Zake went through a chronology of what he said were torture episodes. He expressed bitterness about the remarks of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker made during the plenary sitting on 8th February 22. He concludes in his submission to us, "If you were me, you would understand how hard it is for me not to think that she would be the one appearing before this committee, but not me. Nevertheless, I forgive her. I forgive her not just for making fun of my plight, but also for the mob justice she's about to preside over against me." The committee observes the following is the uncontroverted evidence. The Twitter handle with that address bears the following particulars. The Twitter handle, Francis Zake at Zake Francis Commissioner 11th Parliament, Uganda, Director at Zake Foundation, Secretary for Youth at NUP, location Mityana, Uganda, parliament.go.ug. Date of birth is 12th of January 1991 and joined in December 2017. The particulars of Honorable Zake as provided to the Parliament of Uganda and contained in his personal profile opened on the 8th of May 2016 included the following. Name, Francis Zake. Date of birth, 12th January 1991. Email address, personal contact was zakefrancis@gmail.com. Next of kin, the first one, it was sembusimie@gmail.com. Next of kin, second person, zakefrancis@12@gmail.com. The above particulars bear the details of Honorable Francis Zake. Without unequivocal denial by Honorable Zake, the committee finds that the said Twitter handle does belong to the Honorable Zake. The Facebook printout laid on table before Parliament provided to the committee is from the Facebook account that address. The email address used to open up the account is zake@12@gmail.com. This is the same account found in Honorable Zake's personal file, which was held by the Parliamentary Commission. The said Facebook account contained a post with similar content as the one on Twitter. It must have been a snapshot. The committee holds the view that the same Facebook account belongs to the Honorable Francis Zake. The impugned social media content must have been posted by Honorable Zake and or somebody associated with him managing his said social media accounts. Whether there is a breach of the rules of procedure of Parliament, including any breach of privilege or matter of discipline. The committee sought to determine whether the statement made by Honorable Zake constituted a breach of the rules, a breach of privilege, or a matter of discipline. It was stated in evidence by Honorable Mapendus that Honorable Zake was on breach of Rule 84 of the Rules of Procedure. Rule 84 provides, and I quote, "It is out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives to a member or to make allusions." I would like to emphasize that the rule starts with the word, "it is out of order." And I've underlined, it is out of order, as you can see from the monitors. Honorable Mapendus further stated that Honorable Zake was in breach of Rule 85 of the Rules of Procedure, together with Appendix F of the Code of Conduct. Rule 85 provides for general behavior. That behavior of a member of Parliament shall be guided by the Code of Conduct prescribed in Appendix F. The committee notes that paragraph 1 of the Code of Conduct of Members in Appendix F provides for the purposes of the code as follows. Purposes of the code. The purpose of the code is to assist members in the discharge of their obligations to the House, their constituents, and the public at large. Paragraph 2 of the Code of Conduct places a public duty on members to act on all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed in them. Public duty. By virtue of the oath of allegiance taken by all members, members have a duty to be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, and to uphold the law and act on all occasions in accordance with the public trust placed in them. 2, members have a general duty to act in the interest of the nation as a whole and special duty to their constituents. Paragraph 5 of the public trust states, members shall at all times, and at all times is our own emphasis as a committee, conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public's trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never undertake an action which may bring the House or its members generally into disrepute. The emphasis of at all times for the committee. The above paragraph is very clear on the fact that the duty to act in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament is borne by members of Parliament at all times, not only when they are within the principles of Parliament. This fact was brought to the attention of Honorable Zake's lawyers, but they did not offer any contradictory finding on this duty. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that you refuse to change. It relates to honesty, uprightness, probity, rectitude, honor, honorableness, upstanding, good character, principles, ethics, morals, righteousness, morality, nobility, high-mindedness, right-mindedness, noble-mindedness, virtue, decency, fairness, scrupulousness, sincerity, truthfulness, trustworthiness. Integrity means the state of being whole and undivided. This relates to unity, unification, wholesome, coherence, cohesion, undividedness, togetherness, solidarity, and coalition. The word has further been used to refer to someone's high standard of doing their job, and that person's determination not to lower those standards. Integrity is one of the attributes of a good leader. It is a concept of consistency of actions, values, methods, measures, principles, expectations, and outcome. It connects a deep commitment to do the right thing for the right reasons, regardless of the circumstances. And regardless of the circumstances is actually the committee's emphasis. See the leadership and integrity, Mike Ray Hopkins. The committee reviewed the rules of procedure referred to by Honorable Mapenduzu vis-a-vis the facts. It observes that whereas Honorable Mapenduzu referred to Rule 84, it is not applicable in the circumstances. This rule is only applicable when the House is sitting. In the present circumstances, the statement made on social media were outside of the debate. And honorable colleagues, if you look at that particular rule, it starts with, it is out of order, meaning it can only be on the floor of the House. So we find that that rule referred to by Honorable Peduzzi, not applicable in the circumstances. However, committee observes that Rule 85 and the attendant Appendix F, particularly paragraph 5, is applicable and indeed indicts Honorable Zake's conduct. The Parliament of Uganda derives its privileges, powers from Article 97 of the Constitution, which provides parliamentary immunities and privileges. The Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, and any other person participating or assisting in or acting in connection with or reporting the proceedings of Parliament or any of its committee shall be entitled to such immunities and privileges as Parliament shall by law prescribe. The statement posted by Honorable Zake, I don't have to repeat it, I've cited it 3 times. No. The words, if you can see from the monitor, the words from the monitor is what I think are relevant. One, bakam. It means insincere or foolish talk or nonsense. Dishonesty means lack of fairness, honest or integrity, fraud, deceitfulness shown in someone's character or behavior, untrustworthy. Idiocy, impenetrable stupidity, intelligence far below average, mental retardation, intellectual disability, extremely foolish behavior, loose cannon, unpredictable or dangerously uncontrolled person who is liable to use unintentional damage. I think you are reading from the monitor. Okay, for the course of the record, let me gather the courage to read. Ejaculate. As a verb of a man or male animal, eject semen from the body at the moment of sexual climax. Of a man or male animal to produce a sudden flow of semen from. Can I leave at that, right honorable speaker? And the last one says something quickly and suddenly. And then the last one, dated, it says something quickly and suddenly. Why we try to define these words is if you are to replace them with the definitions, that is how the impugned post would read, and that's what it would mean. The committee observed that the above words as used in the tweet do not bring the House and excuse me, pardon. The committee observes that the above words as used in the tweet do bring the House and the office of the Speaker they denigrate public trust and confidence in the integrity of honorable members and of the House. The law demands of members of Parliament to, at all times, behave in an honorable manner. Members of Parliament took oath to uphold all the laws without fear of favor. By making the impugned statements, the Honorable Francis Zake's conduct did manifest one who was in breach of public trust. He did not protect the integrity of Parliament. Instead, the conduct brought the entire Parliament and its leadership into disrepute. The statement, no doubt, undermined the dignity and integrity of the office of the Speaker, the presiding officer, and Parliament. It lowered the esteem of the institution of parliament in the eyes of the citizens who ought to look up to their leaders. The Constitutional Court of Uganda has had occasion to pronounce itself on the expected conduct of members of parliament in the Severino Twinobusinje case against the Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 47 of 2011. And at page 24 to 25, the Constitutional Court holds. We hasten to observe in this regard that although members of parliament are independent and have the freedom to say anything on the floor of the House, they are, however, obliged to exercise and enjoy their powers and privileges with restraint and decorum, and in a manner that gives honor and admiration, not only to the institution of parliament, but also to those who inter alia elected them, those who listen to, and those watch them debating in the public gallery and on television, and read about them in the print media. As the national legislature, parliament is the fountain of constitutionalism. As the national legislature, parliament is the fountain of constitutionalism. And therefore, the honourable members of parliament are enjoined by virtue of their office to observe and adhere to the basic tenets of the Constitution in their deliberations and action. The Speaker, as the head of the House, has a big role to play in guiding MPs not to use unparliamentary and reckless that was just 1 second, Madam Speaker. Can I have page that? Honorable should have taken advantage. No. It's this way. Sorry. Language that may infringe on other people's rights, which are entrenched in the Constitution, by calling them to order. Parliament should avoid acts which are akin to mob justice, because such acts undermine the respect and the integrity of the national parliament. It is not in keeping with the basic tenets of the Constitution, for example, when a honourable member of parliament advocates for executing people without trial, like Idi Amin did, to many Ugandans, and this member is not called to order, but is just cheered on by the rest of the House. Even though, the Right Honourable Speaker, the events that led to the above observations were in the House, where what is clear is that members of parliament are held at a high standard, even when not in the House. In the words of the learned justices of the Constitutional Court, members of parliament are obliged to exercise and enjoy their powers and privileges with restraint and decorum, and in a manner that gives honor and admiration, not only to the institution of parliament, but also to those who inter alia elected them, those who listen to and watch them debating in the public gallery and on television, and read about them in the print media. Following evaluation of the submissions and evidence, the committee observed that Honorable Zake did not take steps as provided in the rules of procedure to challenge the words of the presiding officer, which allegedly led him to post the impugned social media post. This is clearly so upon examining statements made to the committee. In his own words, he was shocked and deeply hurt by the remarks made by the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker. The rules provide clear avenues for challenging a ruling, comment, a statement of a presiding officer or any other member in the House. Honorable Zake should have taken advantage of Rules 55, 72, sub-rule 2 to address his displeasure. Rule 55 provides personal explanation. A member may explain a matter of personal nature, but no controversial matter may be brought in the explanation or any debate arise upon it, unless the situation warrants, and that's true. Otherwise, any personal explanation under this rule shall be submitted to the Speaker in writing by 11 a.m. on the day of which it is made. Rule 72, sub-rule 2 provides the conduct of the Speaker, members, the Chief Justice, and the judges of courts of judicature shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion, and in an amendment, a question to a member or remark in a debate of a motion dealing with any other subject. Any reference to the conduct of the person mentioned above is out of order. Honorable Zake therefore could have raised a substantive motion to question the conduct or remarks made by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker. It is therefore the committee's view that the conduct of Honorable Zake was not proper and amounted to misbehavior and misconduct of a member of parliament. On the allegations of breach of privilege, the committee finds no merit in this complaint. There is no privilege provided for under the law, which Honorable Zake, that this House finds the Honorable Zake innocent of this complaint. Conclusions and recommendations. The committee having found that A, the Honorable Zake made the impugned comment statements on social media accounts of Facebook and Twitter. The statements brought Parliament into disrepute. The rule on public trust and confidence found in paragraph 5 of Appendix F, the Code of Conduct. Honorable Zake failed to use the avenue provided for in the rules and procedure to challenge the matters that arose during the sitting of the House. The committee is of the view that the above is tantamount to indiscipline on the part of the Honorable Francis Zake. In light of the above, the committee therefore recommends that the Honorable Francis Zake apologizes to this House. Two, that the Parliamentary Commission should take steps to address Honorable Zake's concern about his personal security. Three, before we take leave of this matter, the committee does remind all honorable members that they owe the institution of Parliament and the general public a duty to maintain public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament. Honorable members should be well versed with the Code of Conduct as provided for in our rules of procedure in Appendix F. The committee appeals to honorable members to act with restraint and decorum, both within and outside the presence of Parliament. Each member of Parliament bears a duty to give honor and respect to the institution of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair, for the report.
Right Honorable Speaker, as the rule provides, the committee has one report, but it has this majority view and also a minority view. But I'd like to call upon one of my members, the Honorable Aisha Kavanda, to present the other part of our report of the minority. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, Honorable Speaker, I am using glasses and the condensation that comes on the glasses prohibits my reading. I beg that I remove the mask. Friends, I must say that today I was greatly impressed by the turn-up of the front bench. The honorable ministers were present or are present in big numbers. Congratulations.
Honorable Aisha,
Right,
you're
Honorable
looking
Speaker.
at the areas of dissent and can you make a summary of it?
Thank
Since
you,
we've
Right
had
Honorable
the
Speaker.
majority report.
I may not have a right to make a summary because this is a report, not a report of a single person. I cannot therefore summarize it. I beg that you allow me present it the way it is. It's not a big report, it's only 10 pages, unlike the other that was 30 pages. Thank you. I move under Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure. Introduction. On 15th February 2022, during plenary, Honorable Ojara Mapinduzi rose on a matter of national importance under Rule 59 1B and M of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, alleging that Honorable Zaki Francis, Commissioner
Let's not interrupt the member.
Right Honorable Speaker, I had
Aisha, can you go ahead?
alleging that Honorable Zaki Francis, Commissioner of Parliament, had through a post on social media platform insulted the integrity of this House and the office of the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Ojala Mapinduzi tabled before plenary a document which contained the impugned post and quoted some parts of the post verbatim. Honorable Mapinduzi submitted that the conduct of the member not only degraded the integrity of Parliament in the eyes of the citizens of Uganda, but was also a breach of Rule 84 and 85 and paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament as embedded in paragraph F of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. To him, this amounted to gross misconduct and misbehavior on the part of the honorable member, for which he intended to move a motion under Section 5 of the Administration of Parliament Act. In her ruling that day, the Speaker referred the matter to the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline under Rule 175 of the Rules of Procedure. Pursuant of Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda, we hereby present a dissenting opinion from the opinion of majority of the committee. Areas of dissent. We dissent with the majority of the committee on the following. 1, jurisdiction of the committee on rules, privileges, and discipline over this matter. 2, standard of proof. 3, authenticity and ownership of the impugned account. 4, impartiality of the committee. 5, methodology. And 6,
Admissibility of social media evidence. Dissenting observations. 1. Jurisdiction of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline over this matter. On 2nd March 2022, the Honorable Chair made a ruling that this committee has jurisdiction to investigate the instant matter. With utmost respect, we disagree. Article 94, Clause 1 of the Constitution limited the rules of Parliament to only regulating its own procedure, including the procedure of its committees. We are not blind to the provisions of paragraph 5 of the Code of Conduct of Members of Parliament under paragraph F to the rules which imposes a duty on members of Parliament to conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament. However, this alone cannot be stretched to apply to members' conduct over social media platforms, including Facebook or Twitter. Social media platforms are avenues for free thinking and speech. They provide room for social cycle healing. For example, Facebook asks, "What's on your mind?" This therefore means that the person is meant to write what is on their mind. The regulations, therefore, that govern Parliament and the practice of Parliament cannot be extended to such platforms. The term practice of the House or Parliament is defined under Rule 2 to mean the chamber, the lobbies, the galleries, the ground of Parliament building, and such other places as the Speaker may from time to time specify. Social media platforms are not categorized as such. Also, jurisdiction is a creature of law. It cannot be inferred where it has not been expressly granted by law. Further, in our view, Article 90, Clause 1 and 2 of the Constitution only empowers Parliament to appoint committees necessary for the efficient discharge of its functions, but not to render Article 94, Clause 1 of the Constitution redundant. The enduring import of Article 94, Clause 1 is that the rules of procedure are meant to be applied as far as parliamentary procedure is concerned. Impartiality of the committee. The committee's decision to be blind about the essential move that was repetitively mentioned by Honorable Zake and his lawyers as reason for the committee's partiality compromises our findings. We infer that even when the matter of censure of Honorable Zake was not the matter before the committee, it was important that the members pronounce themselves about signing of the purported censure motion. Suppose it is true, as claimed by Honorable Zake, that the members of the committee had actually signed for him to be censured, it would mean that indeed Honorable Zake was investigated by people that were already biased about him. 3, authenticity and ownership of the impugned account. In Honorable Zake's submission, he categorically disowned the posting on social media in his statement as below, and I quote, "I consider the allegations against me to be malicious, unfounded, and in bad faith. Some social media comments allegedly responding to the Speaker's insensitive joke have been attributed to me in recent days, although without any technical proof that I made them. It is on account of that alleged and unproven social media response that the same Deputy Speaker who made fun of my pain and humiliation referred me to this committee for trial." By the aforementioned quotation, Honorable Zake disowns the posting, and it was upon the complainant to adduce further evidence to actually prove that it was Honorable Zake that authored the tweet. It was also incumbent upon the committee to investigate the matter conclusively, which the committee did not do. It has not been established that Honorable Zake Francis is the holder of Facebook account where the alleged offensive materials were posted. In the case of Fred Mwema versus Facebook Island Limited of 2016, number 4637P, court held that the details collected by Facebook relating to the identities and location of a person or persons operating a given Facebook account could only be secured from Facebook to prove the residence of the device used in making an alleged offensive posting and the identity of the person doing so when legally sought. Further, this position was clearly explained by the Uganda Communication Commission in a letter dated 25th February 2022. No such order was obtained and no evidence was obtained from Facebook to prove identity of the account holder. The complainant only laid on table a photo of what he termed as Facebook under the title MP Zake Francis Butebi. In other words, we do not have sufficient evidence to prove that the post was on Facebook account belonging to Honorable Francis Zake. Additionally, Uganda Communications Commission UCC provided as proof email address zakefrancis12@gmail.com that was used to open the Facebook account on which the alleged posting was made. In the process of further investigation, the committee called for Honorable Zake's personal data file at Parliament, where it was found that actually the email address zakefrancis12@gmail.com belonged to a next of kin of Honorable Zake. This makes us wonder whether members would be responsible for actions of their next of kins. Also, as proof of authenticity of the tweet, the UCC attributed the Facebook post of Honorable Zake by the blue tick. We note that of recent, there have been fake social media postings of highly placed persons, including one that announced the purported death of the Speaker of Parliament, and one that announced resignation of a highly placed army officer. All these postings bore a blue tick, but were found to be fabricated. We therefore hold the opinion that appearance of a blue tick alone is not sufficient to prove authenticity of a circulating social media print or screenshot, because it could also be photoshopped. In the submission of the UCC, they conceded to not having capacity to make an independent investigation, as seen in paragraph 5 of their written submission. I quote, "Whereas the Commission has acquired different technical capabilities to facilitate the implementation of its regulatory mandate under Section 5(1) and 45 of the UCC Act 2013, the respective system to facilitate such assessment independently is currently undergoing technical updates and therefore not available." Section 5 of the UCC Act states functions of the Commission. 1, the functions of the Commission are investigate and arbitrate complaints relating to communication services and take necessary actions. And under 45, Investigation of complaints. The commission may investigate any matter within its functions under this act, which relates to A, communication services or apparatus provided or supplied in Uganda, and B, any representation made to the commission by or on behalf of a person the commission considers to have interest in the matter which is in the subject of the representation. Our opinion is that the UCC could not in any way help the committee in reaching any meaningful findings, since they too judge themselves as not being in position to help. Additionally, throughout the investigations, it was not shown how Honorable Mapinduzi obtained the impunity post and whether it was handled in such a way that does not compromise the integrity of its content as provided under Section 8, subsection 4 and 5 and 6 of the Electronic Transactions Act. For clarity, the Section 8 provides as follows. Subsection 4, when assessing the evidential weight of data message or an electronic record, the court shall have regard to A, the reliability of the manner in which the data message was generated, stored, or communicated. B, the reliability of the manner in which the authenticity of the data message was maintained. C, the manner in which the originator of the data message or electronic record was identified. And D, any relevant factor. 5, the authenticity of the electronic record system in which the electronic record is recorded or stored shall, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, be presumed where A, there is evidence that supports a finding that at all material times the computer system or other similar device was operating properly. Or if it was not, the fact of its not operating properly did not affect the integrity of the electronic record, and there are no other reasonable grounds to doubt the integrity of the electronic record system. It is established that the electronic record was recorded or stored by a party to a proceeding who is adverse in interest to the party seeking to proceedings seeking to introduce it. Or C, it is established that the electronic record was recorded or stored in the usual and ordinary course of business by a person who is not a party to the proceedings and who did not record or store it under the control of the party seeking to introduce the record. 6, for the purposes of determining whether an electronic record is admissible under this section, evidence may be presented in respect of set standards, procedure, usage, or practice on how electronic records are to be recorded or stored with regard to the type of business or endeavors that used, recorded, or stored the electronic record and the nature and purpose of the electronic record. The honorable member was duty-bound to show how he extracted the information from either Facebook or Twitter, the device or gadget he used to do the work, and how he kept that information from the day he obtained it until he laid it before Parliament. No wonder Honorable Mapinduzi was actually confused on whether the information was on Twitter or on table postings that were later identified by UCC as being Facebook posts. 4, Honorable Mapinduzi's submission on possible avenues Honorable Zake would have utilized to address his concern with the presiding officer. Honorable Mapenduzi asserts that even if Honorable Zake had been aggrieved, there are clearly provided avenues through which he would have presented his grievance. Looking at the would-be available options in this case, they seem not to work. Rule 55 and Rule 72(2) of the Rules of Procedure provide the following. Rule 55 is about personal explanations. Sub-rule 1, a member may explain a matter of personal nature, but not controversial matter may be brought in the explanation, nor may debate arise upon it. 72, contents of a speech. The conduct of the speaker, members, the Chief Justice and judges of the Court of Judicature shall not be raised, except upon a substantive motion and in an amendment, question to the member or remarks in a debate on the motion dealing with any other subject. Any reference to the conduct of persons mentioned is out of order. Rule 55 provides for personal explanation, and we strongly believe that after the Deputy Speaker's comments, there was no matter for Honorable Zake to explain himself about. In any case, it would have been the Deputy Speaker to explain herself about the statements she made. Rule 72, sub-rule 2, calls for a motion in the House. It should be recalled that at the time the statement was made, Honorable Zake was officially out of Parliament on the directive of the Leader of Opposition and with full knowledge of the Speaker. There was no way Honorable Zake would have been on the floor of Parliament to present his motion. Besides, as the Deputy Speaker indicated in the Hansard, and I quote, "The Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Olanya, as you are aware, and I have communicated, he is indisposed and cannot be here to preside over the House. I should have stepped aside for him to preside over this matter that concerns me," end of quote. We join Honorable Zake in wondering whether the Speaker was meant to be a judge in a case. We join Honorable Zake in wondering whether the Speaker was meant to be a judge in her own case if Honorable Zake had chosen to follow Rule 72, sub-rule 2. 5, whether the complaint was brought in bad faith. It is our considered opinion that the conduct of Honorable Mapenduzi of initiating the process of removal of Honorable Zake as Commissioner of Parliament, as captured in the Hansard of 15th February 2022, was a forethought decision and in bad faith, as reflected in his submission below. Quote, "In my view, Madam Speaker, this amounted to gross misconduct and misbehavior on the part of the honorable member, for which I intend to move a motion under Section 5 of the Administration of Parliament Act for his removal from the office of Commissioner of Parliament. It is on record that on 22nd of February 2022, Honorable Mapenduzi, who is the complainant in this matter, appeared before the committee to lead evidence in support of his complaint for disciplinary action to be taken against Honorable Zake. Immediately after, a notice of motion to remove Honorable Francis Zake was published on the notes board, clearly showing that regardless of the findings of this committee, Honorable Mapenduzi was determined to penalize Honorable Zake Francis at all costs. This probably explains Honorable Zake's fears, as indicated in his statement, that the proceedings were not intended to establish the truth, but to pave way for his removal as commissioner. Honorable Zake's fears were also reflected in the Hansard, where the presiding officer sounded like she was mobilizing her family in her support. And I quote, "I will, therefore, as we continue with other processes," and I am saying as we continue with other processes, because I also belong to a family, guide the complainant that this matter is going to be referred to the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline under Rule 175 of the Rules of Procedure. The Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline must report to this House within 2 weeks. We want this report tabled in the House within 2 weeks because we want action. Government Chief Whip can whip us because I am also under him. In our opinion, family referred to ruling party, whereas ordinarily the Speaker in Parliament is supposed to be neutral. Number 6, whether the impugned tweet put Parliament into disrepute. Honorable Mapenduzi asserts that the words on Twitter put Parliament into disrepute. We disagree with Honorable Mapenduzi, for if he had ignored the social media posting, the alleged insult would have been limited to a very small cross-section of the population and would have ceased fast. However, we strongly believe that Parliament's allocation of a lot of time to a matter that the of essential commodities and gross human rights abuses has put Parliament into disrepute. Exactly. Methodology. Exactly. A matter of the impending censure was brought to the attention of the committee severally, and that some members had actually signed the censure motion. And they are here. We are of the opinion that the chairman would have put a question to the members to come clean on the matter which was not done even after a procedural point was raised on the matter, but the chairman overruled it. Secondly, Honorable Zake mentioned withdrawal of his security officer as an indication of prejudgment. A letter was presented by the representative of the clerk to Parliament indicating that his security officer had been withdrawn for indiscipline. However, there was no proof that this matter was ever brought to the attention of Honorable Zake, who is alleged to have asked for the said security officer. The letter was instead copied to the clerk of Parliament, who said in his submission that his office did not have anything to do with the deployment of the said police officer and did not know much about him. We are strongly opined that the said letter from the police commander of Parliament needed further investigation because there was a likelihood that it had been fabricated to just cover up arbitrary withdrawal of security officer from the Commissioner of Parliament. Burden of proof. The burden of proof of liability for any misconduct on the part of Honorable Zake lied on the complainant, Honorable Mapenduzi, as provided under Section 10 of the Evidence Act. In this regard, no credible evidence has been produced or was produced whatsoever to prove that the impugned information was posted, and if so, by who. We disagree that the burden of proof shifted when the allegation was brought by Honorable Mapenduzi. Under Section 101 of the Evidence Act, Honorable Mapenduzi bore the burden to prove his allegation, even if Honorable Zake contested the jurisdiction of the committee. Besides, in a letter dated 25th February 2022, Honorable Zake contested the social media posts attributed to him. In that regard, it was not proper to attribute the statements and their implications on Honorable Francis Zake without evidence that he made those posts on social media. Conclusion. We conclude, one, that the complainant failed to prove that the social media posts were actually made by Honorable Zake. Failure to investigate the matter, however, notwithstanding, we condemn the use of strong language in any form of communication. The Uganda Communications Commission lacked capacity and competence to investigate social media complaints. 3, Honorable Mapenduzi lodged the complaint in bad faith. 4, not enough effort was made to ensure impartiality in the committee. 5, whereas Parliament is mandated to make laws that govern Parliament, the rules of procedure are specific to regulating procedures before Parliament and its committees. The quasi-judicial mandate of this committee does not extend to conduct and affairs of members outside the Parliament. Assuming such mandate would be assuming the role of the judiciary. Recommendations. 1, we recommend reconciliation between the parties involved in the matter for necessary tension.
That's a very good one.
2, we recommend that Parliament amends the rules to avoid, we recommend that Parliament amends the law to provide for a panel of presiding officers in situations where both Speaker and Deputy Speaker could be either indisposed or conflicted. And finally, we recommend that Parliament rejects the main report. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Yes. Yes, Honorable Roland.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As a Parliament, I think we have a duty to be truthful. That's number one. Most of you have social media handles. You have Facebook accounts, and you are always looking for followers on social media. And so those people following you, of course, they know that those are your accounts. So sometimes when you're looking for those followers, you know that later those same followers will make statements or will make comments or can take screenshots, can review what you post. And that's the whole purpose of social media, to give information about you to the population. I would like to propose an amendment, Right Honorable Speaker, to the report, to the majority report, because it is a fact that has been researched by the committee that Honorable Zake, his conduct brings this Parliament into disrepute, and it is contempt of Parliament under Rule 224 of the Rules of Procedure, and therefore this misconduct, as per Section 5 of the Parliamentary Administration of Parliament Act, Cap 257. You want what? Order. What is it? The Administration of Parliament Act, Section 5, Cap 257, and under Rule 110 of the Rules of Procedure, we should find Honorable Zake unfit to hold the position of the Commission of Parliament. And therefore, for us to bring back the dignity and sanctity of Parliament, he should be relieved of that duty of holding that position, so that in the future, any member of Parliament who wants to, that there will be consequences, that will be there will be consequences that Right Honorable Speaker, I am saying this in good faith because Parliament is not something that we are going to joke around with all the time, bringing disrepute to this house, and we need to unify this house. We cannot continue behaving like children. Okay, not even children. We cannot continue behaving as if we are living in an island. We are living in the world where people are seeing us, where people know what we are doing, and therefore I submit that we make an amendment.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
That we make an amendment
Thank you.
to the recommendations to cater for what I have submitted. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members. Honorable Nsamba. Honorable Nsamba. Honorable Nsamba. Honorable Nsamba. Honorable Nsamba. Members, we are debating a very serious issue that touches you have a daughter. If you're going to treat people the way you're treating people, have you ever seen your mother ejaculating? Honorable members, let's have a debate. Honorable members, is the amendment seconded? The amendment has been seconded. Honorable members, you can now sit. Honorable members, we have two reports. We have the majority report. Members, we have the majority report, and then we have the minority report. I am going to allow a minimum debate. Minimum. Yes, Abe? Yes, there is a procedural matter from law.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are moments that define persons and institutions. And for the 11th Parliament, this is the day God has made. And the emotive nature of the issues before this House can be understood by everyone. And when matters are emotive, the very reason reflection on approach is very, very important. And we are very privileged to be determining matters before us, even when they concern us. That privilege must be handled with a lot of reflection and imagination, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we do not have all of us to debate this matter. And we can understand the attached and attendant emotions. The beauty about what we are doing here and the beauty about the chairperson of the committee is that he's my senior at law and he understands what we are doing here and its implications. The member who moved an amendment, certainly, on another day, I would have advised him that amending a document, a report of the committee, whose form is properly housed and how it is processed, is not the way to go. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to invite this House to strictly look at what this report is saying. And going forward, we are unlucky, the person concerned, the Honourable Zaki, is not in the House. I would like to advise Right Honourable Speaker, because we are going to be here for 5 years together, barring any calamity. And we need to understand how we are going to handle these manner of disagreements when they arise, including matters over which we are held with high moral expectation. And they arise day and night. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't it be proper if we specifically processed the recommendations of the committee to determine their efficacy, because the amendment the honourable member is bringing to the report is a new arena and it has its own ramifications. Right Honourable Speaker, why I am a bit cagey, we do not want on another day this House to be adjudged as having been blind to our own procedures. We can handle this, Right Honourable Speaker. It's not far from us. We can deal with this matter. The committee has given us a roadmap. Is it possible for us, Right Honourable Speaker, to pursue the roadmap of the committee, which has done a very good job, and see whether that can lead us to
Honorable.
Is it order?
Honorable, he wants a clarification. Just give him a clarification.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Leader of Opposition. I just want some clarity in regard to, because the mover of the motion was on the majority report. And the way you are speaking, are you for the majority report or for the minority report? That's the clarification I wanted to find out.
I am seeking
Let him
further
clarify, then you
clarification.
bring procedure.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have been in this House for some time. The question of respect for one another is paramount. And I will seek clarification from Right Honourable Leader of Opposition. I remember when I was first appointed Minister for the Presidency, my mother, Mama Cecilia, was always harsh on me. She said, I want you to learn and be a serious person. Her harshness was in love. Of course, she would rebuke me strongly, but she never insulted me or demeaned me. One day, I was in trouble with Parliament. What was that trouble? It wasn't personal trouble, but it was trouble out of the work I was doing. Cabinet made the decision that we should cut off SIM cards of unregistered phones. Parliament had a contrary view representing the people. No, I am coming, honorable colleagues. I am coming. I am coming. So I addressed the press conference. It angered Parliament. I was seen to go against. I made a statement. I said that the decision of Parliament is advisory. That angered Parliament. I was put on order. I was sent to the disciplinary committee. Honorable Mwiche called me out for contempt of Parliament. I humbly, with maximum humility, I had not insulted anybody. I was doing my work perhaps with different levels of sensitivity. I apologized. The clarification I'm seeking from you, Right Honorable Mathias, finally, as really people who have been here for some time, have you advised our colleague, an active young legislator, without going through the ping pong of the technicalities of our rules, that what he did was wrong? He should come with humility and apologize, both to the House and to the Speaker. It has nothing to do with parties. It has nothing. If he did that, wouldn't we be speaking a different tone? Honestly, I am not here for fighting an individual. I admire the energy of Honorable Zake, but are you not concerned that the member? That's my clarification.
Thank you, Honorable Frank. I actually want to encourage you to keep away from trouble, because the next trouble you go into is about narrow land, so don't go into trouble. Yeah? Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the honorable member did ask me as to whether
Point of order. Point of order.
Granted.
Point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker, can I invite the Honorable Melody Segona?
Point of order.
To give you a piece and we process this. Right Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the only painkiller I have is Honorable Second. Because
it's your prerogative, Right Honorable.
He's very sober.
More prerogative.
Yes.
Let me conclude this, Right Honorable Speaker. I do acknowledge, and you see, for the last 10 years, 11 years I've been here, we have handled very dicey matters. I have never insulted anybody here. Yet we deal with very, very delicate, difficult situations here. Very difficult situations. Right Honorable Speaker, why I was insisting on allowing ourselves to process without any extra emotions to the report of the committee. And you see, the member was asking whether I'm for majority or minority. It does not arise in my procedural submission, because I'm trying to ensure that Parliament really moves properly to process a matter before a competent committee or Parliament.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of information. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to draw members. I want to draw members to section 91 of our rules of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I rise on a point of information to the law. I want to draw the attention of this House.
Yes.
To section 91, rule 91 of our rules of procedure. I come from an area where we slaughter animals. In Butambara there, we are good at doing that. We do it the right way. And we are sensitive to its life. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to draw this parliament, and especially to my honorable colleague, to section 91. Rule 91.
Rule 91.
Right Honorable Speaker, we elected to move to the point of, to the Committee of Rules and Discipline and Privileges. And it provides a highway. And we choose to move on that highway. It will be inconsistent of Parliament now to choose another way. That's what Rule 91, and I will read verbatim as information. This is what it says: defamatory statements to be investigated by Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline. One, whenever in the opinion of the Speaker or a person presiding in a committee, a statement made by a member in a prima facie defamatory of any person, the person presiding over shall refer the matter for inquiry to the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline, which shall report its finding to the House, and later, not later than 21 days after the matter is referred. Section 2, where I have a lot of information, sub-rule 2 says this: where the committee reports to the House that a statement made by the member is defamatory, as the majority rule he wanted to amend, report he wanted to amend states. The member who made the statement shall, the word is shall, within 7 days after the report, render an apology, which the committee has recommended, at the bar of the House, in terms of which shall be approved by Parliament and communicated to the person who was defamed.
There's a procedural matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on procedure, just information.
Procedure.
Okay, information.
Right Honorable Speaker, this country adopted the policy of multi-party politics. Right Honorable Speaker, the same country adopted the policy to bring women emancipation. Right Honorable Speaker, the women emancipation that this country adopted was not for humiliation. I sit here as a woman. I feel very bothered. If all these obscene words and uncouth statements are still going to be debated in this House, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this House represents the whole entire country, and we expect to exhibit the right characteristics of legislators. Right Honorable Speaker, it will be very unfair if we are here ubiquitous, discussing clear issues where there are insults, naming of organs, using obscene words, and we are still here discussing and debating, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore call upon this House that we suspend the debate, the issues are clear on the paper, and we move a motion to take further action. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
Members, is moving a motion seconded? Yes, Honorable Sarah. Honorable Sarah.
Procedure.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
That is also going there. Let him come.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker,
I request members for just a minute. Please let us be
Honorable
calm.
Lob, just a minute. Honorable Lob.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the report from both the minority and the majority. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there is one issue that was reported that I find not conclusive, because the Honorable Zake is reported to have kept away from the committee because he indicated that his fate seemed to have been decided.
Honorable Sarah, there was a motion on the floor.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, I am reporting what was from the committee.
No.
Allow me to make my point, members.
There was a motion by Alex.
Pardon?
Huh?
I am, Right Honorable Speaker, if that can't be listened to, is Right Honorable Speaker, the point I want to make and find out from the leader of opposition. You are the one, Zake is a commissioner from your side. When this security was withdrawn, did he report to you? Did you write formally to the DPC?
Honorable
But
Sarah.
also, Right Honorable Speaker, as a woman, on behalf of the women of this country, we are all here because of a woman. Let us ensure that our children, Right Honorable Speaker, respect their mothers. No, what we are saying today is abuse. So, Right Honorable Speaker, let me end there since members do not seem to want to listen.
There was a motion by Alex. Honorable members, as I said, we have two reports. If you're getting up to either debate on the report. I am allowing minimum debate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Our rules provide for a number of procedures which we can adopt in the case of controversy, high heated engagements of this nature. I think what we need as Parliament is to find a solution that must maintain the decorum of this august house. And that's why some of us, we are never into these emotions. We reason, we think for our country, and we want our country to have a peaceful direction. For that matter, Madam Speaker, I move a motion under Rule 110(5). A motion for the resolution under this rule shall be placed on the order paper 14 days from the date on which notice to remove the commissioner shall have been communicated to the clerk. I beg to move. And for that matter,
Honorable
beg-
member, I will not take that motion before we adopt the report. Can we first have the report adopted? Yes.
Okay, much obliged.
Then you will come back with your motion. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that as we adopt the report, the majority report, we adopt it with the amendments of relinquishing the commissioner because he's unfit for that office.
Yes, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the move made by my colleague that we adopt the majority report with the amendment to relinquish a member from the position of being a commissioner. Why? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, a commissioner is a representation of members of parliament that is responsible for management of our affairs not without consideration of discipline. Therefore, you cannot be a leader representing us when you are in discipline. To Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the issues in this report have got multiple reflection of indiscipline perspectives, not only defamation, insulting people, using obscene words as if we are not leaders. Right Honorable Speaker, this type of behavior cannot even be accepted for a leader below a member of parliament. When you attack one of us, it means the entire institution is affected. Right Honorable Speaker, it is not only an embarrassment for the institution, but for the whole country. This country is represented fully by parliament, and therefore we must respect this institution. And a member who is representing us in commission cannot take our entrustment for granted. Therefore, I support, yes, information.
No, I thought you were on a secondment. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have stood.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable
I have stood
members.
to second the motion.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
I am putting a question that we adopt the major report with a, okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sometimes in such circumstances, maybe don't worry, the law is my boss, and I know what happens when you're faced with such a scenario. Madam Speaker, when we're in such a scenario, we get so many problems. There's heat up and down. And for me, I want to commend Honorable Tumwebaze, Frank. What he raised was a very good point. Please. So I want to thank Honorable Tumwebaze, what you did. None of us is a saint. All of us have committed, we have sinned against God, and that's why we go to church every Sunday, and that's why we go to the mosque every Friday. And that's why we always ask for forgiveness. And for me, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking to all of you, just look at yourself. We are not saying the person did the right thing. And we are not saying he did the right thing. What we're saying as a parliament, and the committee has processed a report, and it has come up and said, let our colleague come to this house and apologize. Listen to me. Please listen. Listen. An apology means a lot of things. So,
Honorable members,
listen.
Order. Honorable members, Nathan, we've gotten your point. I am going to put a question on the minority report. I am putting a question on the minority report. I now put a question that the minority report on the inquiry on allegation of misconduct and misbehavior brought against Honorable Francis K. of Michana Municipality and Parliamentary Commissioner be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. She has given.
You talk.
Yes, she has given me. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, even in the Bible, it is said, let that one who has not sinned pick the first stone. And in the interest of peace, we have to take even the majority report and the recommendation, the first recommendation of the minority report. We have bigger problems than this. We have bigger problems than this. And yet we have been able to handle in the interest of peace. In the interest of peace.
Honorable members.
In the interest of peace, unity, let us adopt the reports and especially reconciliation. I'm a mother, I know how much sometimes we are abused. And all these men are our children.
Honorable members.
They are our children. So please, in the interest of peace.
Information.
Honorable members, I was still on the floor. Honorable members, I am still on the floor. I put a question that the report of the Committee on Rules, Privileges, and Discipline on the inquiry on allegation of misconduct, misbehavior, misconduct and majority. Misconduct and misbehavior brought against Honorable Francis K. MP, Michana Municipality, and Parliamentary Commissioner, and this being the majority report, be adopted with amendment from Honorable Roland Indio Mugenyi. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Speaker. And Right, Honorable Speaker, under Rule 16, One, a member, suspension of rules. A member may, with the consent of the speaker, move that a rule be suspended in its application to a particular motion before the House, and if the motion is carried, the rule in question shall be suspended. Rule 110.6, Rule 110.5, Rule 111.2, Rule 175.2. Suspend the rules for the purpose of allowing us to process the recommendations of the report as amended. I beg to move.
Honorable members, the member is asking to suspend the rule. Those in favor say on record nay. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, as the leader of the minority, I want to be on record today that the House is being led into an illegality. And I want to be on record, and that the members that are moving, if they want to help the cause of the House, should address themselves to what we are supposed to do in this House, Honourable Speaker. The honourable member from Fort Potro probably does not understand, or probably needs to be helped with how rules work. I want to be on record that the matter he is moving is outside the realm of the rules. Probably he has another copy of the rules. I want to be addressed to them. Otherwise, what is moving and the amendment talked about in the motion does not bring us to that. I wanted to be on record, Honourable Speaker,
Honorable,
so that the presiding officer is helped, because it's our duty to work properly in the circumstances.
Lord, thank you, Lord. From Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have listened closely to the application that was made by the honorable member on the floor to suspend rules. I did not hear Rule 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 98. There is no illegality. All the other rules may be suspended if this House so wishes.
Suspend the Constitution.
Yes, Honorable Mapendusi. Honorable Mapendusi.
Procedure.
Honorable Mapendusi.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm raising a procedural matter. The motion which has just been adopted was moved, and in my absolute view, it did not comply with Rule 59 of our rules of procedure. The rule requires that if a member is going to move a motion to amend a matter which is before this House for consideration, they must move under Rule 59, and that must be permitted by the Speaker. And we have not seen a member move in accordance with that rule. Rule 61 also provides that in the event the person does not want to move under Rule 59, they must write to the Speaker. They must write to the Speaker under Rule 61. Then the Speaker will allow
the motion to be amended. And right now, we have not seen all that happen. So I would like to.
Can we find out if there is a letter which was written to the clerk? It is actually not to the speaker, to the clerk.
Yeah, can the member deduce evidence that he wrote a letter? This is not for Honorable Ojara. It's that member who moved to amend the motion. I mean, to amend the.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise up on a procedural matter. You are aware that on 15 February 2022, I rose up here and raised a matter of national importance. You then referred the matter to the Committee on Rules and Privileges, and today the committee presented its report with recommendations which Parliament has adopted. You're also aware, right, Honorable Speaker, that on 23rd of February 2022, I gave notice of motion in line with Rule 56(1) and Rule 110 for a resolution of Parliament to remove the Honorable Zake Francis from the office of Commissioner of Parliament. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, now that Parliament has adopted the report of the committee, and based on the requirements of the rules of procedures, which I mentioned, would it not be procedurally right, Honorable Speaker, that you use your prerogative to allow me proceed with the motion since I have met the required duration as required by the rules of procedure? Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, earlier when I moved, I moved that the
Honorable
motion,
Mapendus, proceed.
the motion for removing Zake was not moved in accordance with the Rule 61. Ideally, the mover should have written to you.
Right,
Honorable.
Honorable.
Then you would allow.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Before I proceed with my motion,
You observe the rule. These are the things which bring disrepute.
allow me lay on table.
These are the things which bring disrepute to this house. Why don't we listen to one another?
Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Zaki. Right, Honorable Speaker. The member is insisting, and I think we need to go clear on record. What a honorable colleague moved was amendment of the resolution in the report. The rule you're referring to is amendment to a motion. A member never moved in any way to amend any motion. So the Rule 61 you're referring to is for amendment of motions. It can't apply on what we are doing here. This was a report, not a motion. I beg to submit, right, Honorable.
Yeah, actually, this is a report. Honorable Mapendus, can you move faster?
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned before I move this motion, allow me lay on table a copy of the notice of motion for resolution of Parliament to remove the Honorable Zake Francis from office of Commissioner of Parliament. This document, I gave notice to the clerk to Parliament as required by the rules of procedure on 23rd of February. Right, Honorable Speaker. In line with that, allow me also lay on table a copy of attachments to show proof that my motion was fully supported by the required signatories as stipulated by the rules of procedure. Can I Right Honorable Speaker, this motion is moved under Section 5 of the Administration of Parliament Act and Rule 56 and 59, 1M of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. And the motion is for a resolution of Parliament to remove Honorable Zake Francis from the office of Commissioner of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, whereas the Honorable Zake Francis Gotebi was on the 13th, Tuesday, July, elected to the office of Parliamentary Commission by this House in compliance with the provisions of Section 2 of the Administration of Parliament Act, Cap 257 of the laws of Uganda, aware that the Parliamentary Commission under the chair of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament is charged with the functions under Section 6 of the Administration of Parliament Act to ensure the efficient functioning of Parliament. Further, aware that under Rule 85 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the behavior of members of Parliament is guided by a code of conduct prescribed in Appendix F to the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda. And further, aware that Paragraph 5 of the Appendix F obligates the members of Parliament to, at all times, conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never undertake any action which may bring the House or its members generally into disrepute. Noting that under Rule 87(2) of the Rules of Procedure, the decision of the Speaker on any point shall not be appealed to and shall not be reviewed by the House except on a substantive motion made after notice. Alarm that the Honorable Zake Francis, without exercising the avenues afforded to members in the Rules of Procedure, took to social media to abuse and insult the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. And further alarm that the conduct of Honorable Francis Zake not only denigrated the office of the Speaker, but also demeans the integrity of Parliament among the citizens, and that it represents an international community. Gravely concerned that the continued occupation of the office of Honorable Zake as Parliament Commissioner in the Parliamentary Commission, which is the governing board of Parliament, will portray negatively on the caliber of members of Parliament. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, being dissatisfied with the breach of the mentioned rules of procedure and flagrant conduct by the said Honorable Zake Francis, immediately removes him from the office of Commissioner of Parliament under Section 5 of the Administration of Parliament Act for misbehavior and misconduct and willful violation of the rules of procedure. I move.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Macho, seconded by Honorable Macho, Honorable Boalu, Aogon, Hanifa, Government Chief Whip, Whopper, Wilson, by the whole House, by ED. Yes, Honorable Macho.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Parliament is the highest temple of legislation in our country. Madam Speaker, I have stood to second the motion moved by Honorable Mapinduzi, recommending the removal of Honorable Zake Francis as a commissioner of this Parliament. Basing, Madam Speaker, on a very good report written by the Committee of Rules with very good underlined recommendations, which has made me today discover that a leader must have integrity, decorum, and as a leader, you must move your talk. Madam Speaker, I see this as going to bring sanity among the honorable members in this country, and majorly the honorable leaders in the leadership of Parliament. Since the multi-party dispensation, this is the first historical step we are taking to remove a member, not because of his political affiliation, but because of character. Madam Speaker, too much freedom given by the NRM regime has turned to be an abuse to some people. And we request the NRM as a government that the freedom you have given some of us in this country must be controlled. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, we leaders and the people who vote us must know the leaders they are voting, how they were brought up. Because words of a leader show where the leader comes from and how the leader grew. The noble cause we are doing today of removing Honorable Zake is creating a new chapter in NUP and opening new vacancies for other very potential disciplined people, like Honorable Sivambi, like Honorable Hujowe Senyonyi, like Honorable Nimalende, like Honorable and so. So therefore, honorable colleagues, I can request you to support this motion so that we bring sanity among the leaders of commission in the Parliament. Madam Speaker, I therefore second highly that let Honorable Zake become a banker bencher like some of us so that we can move the voice of the people in this August House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Leader of Opposition.
Right, Honourable Speaker, with due respect to the mover of the motion, it's very, very important, and I want to insist that, for instance, if Honorable Zake is being found guilty of a moral offense, they should face justice. And nobody can apologize for that. But if you want to cure immorality, you do it morally. I wanted to be on record that the signatures laid by the Honorable Mapenduzi are fraudulently before this House. I want it to be on record. No, it's not that people did not sign.
Honorable,
I wanted this to be on record, and my record is subject to dispute. I am alive to how signatures are collected over such a matter. The record was never at the sergeant's table. You were never there. And I thought, right, Honourable Speaker, that as this is done, this record is properly captured so that members do what they want to do with their hearts at ease. It's very, very critical that the records are properly captured. And as a leader, I have a duty to my member who is under inquest and impeachment. And that duty cannot be abdicated, right, Honourable Speaker. That is a personal duty as a leader of a team. And I thought I should be on record. And every member with the right to give their views, including moving motions.
There's an order.
For me, it's very okay. And right, Honourable Speaker, with due respect, you see, the numbers required to remove the member from the position of commissioner are quite big. And I can see the House congested, even against health standards. And the Minister of Health is here quiet. I would like to propose, right, Honourable Speaker, that we see the ground to create space for other members to enter that this job is finished without causing undue trouble of a health nature. Right, Honourable Speaker, I do request that I take leave.
Honourable member, before you seek leave to go out, I want it to be on record that these signatures were collected by the Sergeant at Arms of Parliament and the Clerk of Parliament. That's one. Two, I also want you to know that on 8th April 2020, as part of the measures to combat COVID-19, we passed a resolution in this house. There was a decision that we took in this house that 100 members sit. A sitting is over 100 members. So if we have excess, the law says 50% should vote for a member. But if there are more than 100, but we made a ruling in this very house that we should always have only 100 sitting members, and for the sake of COVID. And we really appreciate what your guidance. But a member also has a right to move his motion, and the members have a right to choose a leader whom they want. And I mean, they are going, if they vote, if they get the vote, well and good. Now, for that motion that has been moved by Honorable Mapendusi, then we apply Rule 98. Rule 98B. We are now going to put Rule 98B and
chance to put the record straight, right on the speaker. The record is my personal opinion, and it's not meant to impeach the ruling of the speaker, right on the speaker. And I do that with cognizant of the space at my disposal to express that opinion. And I hold in utmost respect the views of members desiring to move any motion on the floor. I can't impeach that right on the speaker. But I thought I should be on record such that the future Assad readers could establish where we stood in these times in terms of guiding the House, right on the speaker.
No.
Madam 100.
We have not given you.
I was informing him. There, but there are 100 members that you are actually referring to was on express understanding that even those that are out there would be engaging virtually. But in this case,
you mean the express understanding has stopped?
Okay,
has the express understanding stopped?
That was my humble.
It still exists.
Guidance that
procedure,
I was
right,
seeking.
Honorable. Right, Honorable.
Members
I
are
think
seeking
I'm
that
usually
are-
uncomfortable discussing something which is already done. This is a matter already which has been suspended. So it's already 8 p.m. Kindly call us, we do, and we move.
Honorable members, please, free sitting. Free sitting. Clerk, can we start the voting? Honorable Bwalu.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Bwalu, can you speak?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I rise here to second the motion. If you read the book of Romans, chapter 13, it says, everyone must submit himself to the governing authority. For there is no authority except that is ordained by God.
The authorities that exist have been established by God. Therefore, those who oppose authority shall face judgment. Right, Honorable Speaker, this should be a deterrent measure to people who think they can use this parliament, they can abuse the privileges in this parliament. It must stop. My job here as a member of parliament, I don't come from any political party, I am independent. Therefore, I stand here to defend the integrity of parliament. I move. I thank you.
Honorable Ogon, then Rita, then Dorcas, as we wait for the ballot box.
Right, Honorable Speaker, first I want to applaud the chair of the Committee on Rules and Privileges, together with his membership, with the members. Indeed, the committee was busy, and your report was too long, and it took a long time to read it because it was really exhaustive. Right, Honorable Speaker, at least I'm happy for one thing. We as Parliament are not doing what is happening between a certain state and another, somewhere outside Uganda right now. At least we are being civil enough to follow the rules of procedure of this House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm so happy that we are alive to the requirements of Rule 16 of our rules of procedure on suspension of rules 110, 1115, and then now you execute the demands of Rule 98B. I think that's where we are now alive. Right, Honorable Speaker, what pains me is for somebody who sits with us to decide to go beyond the boundaries and say things that chairpersons of committee find it hard to repeat on this microphone. Madam Speaker, it will take me ages to forget what we have heard. Right, Honorable Speaker, the most important thing for us as a House is to do our best to deter members from doing the same thing. I want to note this, Right, Honorable Speaker. It is not the first time, colleagues, listen to me. It is not the first time Honorable Sake has done this. I therefore want to support the motion by Honorable Mapinduzi.
There is a motion.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, I support the motion. I support the one of Honorable Ojara Mapinduzi that we go ahead and do the voting under Rule 98B. I beg to move. Yes.
Honorable Esano, he has a motion.
Madam Speaker, based on Rule 59B, which reads, motion for the adjournment of a debate, and also closing the debate. I want to move that we close this debate and we move forward to the ballot voting process. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Members, we are going to be given ballot papers. They call a name, you pick a ballot paper. The motion which is there is whether we should remove Honorable Zake. You either take aye or no. Aye means you are in agreement that we remove the member. Aye. Aye means you remove, no means you retain the member. Yes,
Right Honorable Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking from you is that instead of using I, we as members would be comfortable with yes and no, since it means the same thing. So I seek your indulgence on that change between yes and no.
Members, the yes is I mean AYE. Then the no is NAY, nay. Can we start the process, clerk?
Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, can we have non-voters out? The ex-officials. Can we have the non-voters?
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would request that they put the two words very clearly up on the screen for clarity to the members. I thank you.
Okay.
And as a shadow attorney
Yes, Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we have, the clerk has a list of over 500 members. Now that the non-voters have gone out, Right Honorable Speaker, the ex-official members, can the ballot paper be given to each one of us? And then we write at once and put here. Otherwise, if they call names, we shall spend more time here. Yes.
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 I
Honorable
support
Sarah.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Let us be cautious. Right Honorable, I request
We've
you.
agreed to work on this.
Yeah.
Let the names be read.
And members, Right Honorable Speaker, must understand that a clear voters register is available and ticked on whoever voted. Otherwise, someone will say, even non-voters, what you voted on my behalf. Let us have good thing Honorable Saropend has withdrawn that. Yeah. So, colleagues, I hope we are saying aye on the ballot. We have nay and aye. So we are saying aye on the ballot.
Ababiku Jessica. Ababiku Jessica.
Members, keep quiet and members get their names.
President, Right Honorable Speaker.
Just goes and eat. Abeja Susan Jolie. Aba Lilian. Aba Lilian.
Madam Speaker, as we begin the voting, I've seen what is being displayed on the monitor. I want to correct the spelling of I and nay.
Yes.
The correct spelling is A-Y-E.
for aye. The
So you
correct
tick the
spelling
box.
of nay is N-A-Y, not N-O-E-S. Because people write different things. Thank
Arigaba
you.
Cuthbert,
Present.
Aboli Kunihira Agnes, Aboli Kunihira Agnes, Achan Joyce Okeny, Achen Dorcas, Acheng Jane Ruth, Achan Judith Peace, Achan Judith Peace, Achayo Juliet Lodo, Achira Remigio, Acheng Sarah Opendi, Achibu Agnes, Achiro Pasca Menya, Achom Joan Alobo, Achen Joan Alobo, Achon Julius Bua, Achora Nancy, Acrobat Kiza Moses, Adeke Anna Ebaju, Adidwa Abdu, Adoa Helen, Adome Francis Lorica, Adrico Yovan, Ayeku Patrick, Afidra Olema Ronald, Afoyochan Esther, Agaba Aisha, Agasha Juliet, Akamba Paul, Akampulira Prosi, Akelo Beatrice Akori, Akelo Christine,
Madam Speaker,
Akelo Lucy,
under our rules, it is a secret ballot. But we can see cameras are there that has stopped being a what? A secret ballot. So Madam Speaker, is this really a secret ballot under our rules or? Then vote openly and we are voting.
Akelo Lucy, Akelo Roselili, Akena James, Michael Jimmy, Akol Anthony, Akora Maxwell, Akugizibwe Aled Ronald,
Akumu Catherine. Akumu Catherine Mavenjina. Alanyo Jennifer. Alepara Margaret Achia. Alepe Moses. Lero Tom Aza. Ali Moses. Alioni Odria. Alum Santa. Alupo Jessica. Aliek Judith. Amede Agnes. Amero Susan. Amongi Betty. Angura Frederick. Anyakun Esther. Anywa Ricky. Augon Silas. Awol Beto Chan. Apollo Yero Fono.
I called you.
Apollo Yero Fono. Apollo Christine. Apollo Stella Isodo. Arinaitwe Rauben. Arinaitwe Rakajara. Asaba Sabimana Paul. Asamo Helen. Asera Stephen. Asimwe Florence Akiki. Asimwe Enos. Asimwe Musime Moli. Atim Agnes Apea. Atim Cecilia Ogwal. Atima Jackson Lee Buti. Atan Okia Moses. Atugonza Alan. Atukwasa Rita. Atuto Jacinta. Atuakire Catherine Ndamira. Atuijuke Dan. Atiang Stella. Auma Helen Wandera. Auma Kenny. Avako Melissa Naima. Avur Jen Pachuto. Awany Tony. Awas Sylvia Vicky. Awich Jane, Awor Betty Engola, but you are making noise. Awich Jane, Awor Betty Engola, Ayebare Margaret, Ayo Jennifer Nalukwago, Ayo Tony, Ayume Charles, Batom Ben Koryang, Baba James Boliba, Bagala Joyce, Vajire Agre Henry, Bahati David, Vahireira Sylvia, Vainebabo Charity, Vainom Gishajen, Baka Stephen Mugabi, Vachireke Namboze Betty, Vakabulindi Charles, Valimwezo Ronald, Bangirana Anifa Kawoya, Variomonsi Chris, Basali za Sumani, Vataringa ya Basil, Vatua Timothy, Baiga Michael, Vebona Barbunji Josephine, Vegumisa Mary, Boka Didi George, Bigirwa Nora Nyendohwa, Vinji Patrick Nyanzi, Viraro Ephraim, Vika Lawrence Songa, Bright Tom Amoti, Vukenya Michael, Vusinje Harriet, Vusinge Joab, Vusinge Victoria Rusoke, Vusinje Penina, Vutime Tom, Vuturo Saba, Wanika Abed, Wire Sanon, Yakatonda Abdul, Yamukama Fred, Yamukama Nuru, Yanyima Nathan, Yarugaba Alex, Chelaine Betty, Chelangat Solomon, Chemaswet Abdi, Chemonges William, Chemtai Evelyn, Chemtai Phyllis, Cheptoris Sam, Cherukut Rose, Duriwau Jennifer, Ebwalu Jonathan, Echweru Musa, Ekadas Alfred, Ekanya Godfrey, Ekodu Tom, Ekudo Tom, Elotu Cosmas, Elwelu Peter, Emigu Julius, Esenu Anthony, Ezama Siraji, Feta Godfrey, Gafabusa Richard, Gidudu Mafabi, Gume Frederick, Hashim Sulaiman, Igeme Naveta, Ikodio John Bosco, Isabirie David, Isabirie Idi, Isamat Abraham, Isingoma Patrick, Ismail Mahmoud, Kala Kevin, Kaya Christine, Kabahenda Flavia, Kabanda David, Kabashara Naomi, Kabugo Florence, Kabra Derek, Kabusu Moses, Kabuye Frank,
Like you jumped a Senu Anthony. I didn't hear that.
I called it. Kabuye Frank, Kadaga Rebecca, Kafuzi Jackson, Kagabo Twaha, Kahunde Helen, Twinom Gisha Wilson, Kakembo Michael, Kamara John, Kamara Nicholas, Kamatene to Jocelyn, Kambale Ferigo, Kamugo Pamela, Kamukama Benjamin, Kamukama Davis, Kamuntu Moses, Kamsime Caroline, Kangwaje Stephen, Kankunda Amos, Kanushu Laura, Kanyike Ronald, Karubanga David, Karubanga Jacob, Kasaija Matia, Kasaija Stephen Kagwera, Kasolo Robert, Katabazi Francis, Katali Loy, Katalihwa Donald, Katenya Isaac, Kateshumba Derek Dixon, Kato Muhammad, Katuntu Abud, Katushabe Godfrey, Katusime Annette, Katwesi Je Oliver, Kauma Sauda, Kavuma Sam, Kawalia Abbeka, Kayajisara Netalisire, Kayanga Baroda, Kayemba Godfrey Solo, Kayogera Yona, Kayondo Fred, Kaziwe Bashir, Kemirembe Pauline, Kesande Grace, Kibaju Naume, Kibalia Henry, Kiza Kenneth, Kinovere Herbert, Kinshaba Patience.
Members, let's keep some silence.
Kintu Alex Brandon.
Members, so that we can be able to hear the names.
Kintu Alex Brandon, Kirabo Agnes, Kirumira Hassan, Kisa Stephen, Kisembo Basemera, Kitanywa Sowedi, Kitutu Mary Goretti, Kiwanuka Abdallah. I read it long ago. Kiwanuka Kefa, Kiaga Hilary, Koruo Joseph, Komakech Christopher, Komoro Emmanuel, Komoro Joseph, Kubeketeria James, Kugonza Emily, Kunihira Faith, Kwizera Eddie, Kwizera Paul, Chakulaga Fred, Chebakuti Kamanjeri, Chove Luke, Chomia Zovia, Chomia Zavia Akampulira, Choto Ibrahim, Lagen David, Lake Sharon, Lamwaka Catherine, Lamwaka Margaret, Leku Joel, Lematia John, Lematia Ruth, Linda Irene, Lochap Peter, Lokeri Steko, Loki John Baptist, Lokoru Albert, Lokwang Hilary, Lokwang Phyllis, Lolem Mika, Luwega Bashir, Luwega Medad Segona, Lugolobi Amos, Lukwago John, Luchamzi David, Lumu Richard, Lutaya Godfrey, Lutamaguzi Semakula, Luanga Jimmy, Macho Godfrey, Magogo Moses, Magolo John Faith, Magola Rachel, Makoha Margaret, Malende Shamim, Mamawi James, Maneno Zumura, Masaba Karim, Masiko Apollo, Masiko Henry, Mawanda Michael, Mayanja Alan, Mbabazi Jennifer, Mbabazi Pasco, Mbadi Wilson, Mbayo Esther, Mboizi Arthur, Mbwateka Mwagafa, Migade Robert, Modoi Isaac, Moriku Joyce, Mpindi Bumali, Mpuga Mathias, Mugabe Donozio, Mujira James, Mugisa Margaret Muhanga, Mugole Mauku David, Magole Mauku, Mugumya Claire, Muhesi Abaho, Muhindo Harold, Muhozi David, Muhumuza David, Muhwezi Jim, Mukasa Rogers, Mukasa Julius Opondo, Mukaye Miriam, Mulimba John, Musa Noah, Musa na Eric, Musasizi Henry, Museveni William, Mushemeza Elijah, Musherure Shasis, Musila John, Musingu Ziona, Mutasingwa Diana, Mutebinua, Mutembuli Yusuf, Mutiwa Geoffrey, Mutono Patrick, Mutumba Abdul, Mutuzo Peace, Muwanga Chivumbi, Muuma Milton, Mwesige Robert, Mwesigwa Robert, Mwijuke Francis. No, you first wait. You'll come back later. Mwesigwa Robert, Mwijuke Francis, Mwine Mpaka, Nabagabe Kalule, Nabanja Robina, Nabukera Hanifa, Nabukenya Brenda, Nafuna Muloni Irene, Naigaga Mariam, Najuma Sara, Nakabuye Juliet, Nakadama Lukia, Nakato Mary, Nakayenze Koni, Nakaziwe Hope, Nachimulihe. Nachimuli Helen, Nakut Faith, Nalule Asha, Aisha Kabanda, Naluima Betty, Namanya Naboth, Nambeshe John, Namboze Teddy, Namgaza Pasis, Namuga Goreti, Namuju Sise, Namukuta Brenda, Namutawe Joan, Namuyangu Jennifer, Nandagire Christine, Nandala Mafavi, Nandutu Agnes, Nangoli Gerald, Nantaba Aida, Nantongo Fortunate, Nanyondo Veronica, Natukunda Midias, Natumanya Flora, Nayevare Silvia, Ndezi Alex, Ndio Mgenyi Roland, Nebanda Andiru, Nekesa Victor, Ngopek Linus, Nyongera John, Ngoya John Bosco, Ngoya John Bosco, Ninkusima John, Ninsima Boaz, Niringimana James, Niwagaba Wilfred, Nionsaba Alex, Nkunyingi Muwada, Nkwasibwe Zinkuratire, Nsaba Patrick Oshabe, Nsanja Patrick Kayongo, Nsegumire Muhammad, Nsereko Muhammad, Nsibambi Yusuf, Nsubuga Paul, Nyakato Asinasi, Nyakato Dorothy, Nyachikongoro Rosemary, Nyamtoro Fiona, Nyangweso Dennis, Nyeko Derek, Nyirabasisi Sara Mateke, Nyongole Enoch, Obiga Kanya, Obiga Rose, Obong Vincent, Oboth Maxson, Obua Dennis, Ochan Patrick, Ochen Peter, Ochai Maximus, Ochero Jim, Odoi Bernard, Odoi Fox, Odoi Oyelo Fox, Odongo JJ, Odur Jonathan, Oguzuli Dennis, Ogwal Moses, Ogwang Peter, Ogwari Polycarp, Ojara Martin Mapenduzi, Okasai Opolot, Okabe Patrick, Okai Bob, Okelo Charles Engola, Okelo Geoffrey Charles, Okelo Nelson, Okeyo Peter, Okia Joan Aniku, Okia Joan Aniku, Okin Pipi Ojara, Okirori Bosco, Okorimoi Janet, Okot Boniface, Okot John Amos, Okot Moses, Okot Ogong Felix, Okot Peter, Okot Santa, Okulo Jalon Anthony, Okumu Gabriel, Okupa Elijah, Okui Samuel, Olanya Gilbert, Eloru Huda, Oleru Huda, Olobo James, Omara Paul, Onek Hilary, Onekalit Dennis, Onen James, Ongalo Obote Clement, Ongeriso Emmanuel, Ozima Godfrey, Opio Samuel, Opolot Fred, Opolot Patrick Isiagi, Opolot Simon Peter Okwalinga, Orone Patrick, Oseru Richard, Osoru Maureen, Otafire Kahinda, Otiam Emmanuel, Otimwi Isaac, Otkol Sam, Olanya Jacob, Paporu Lilian, Ruben Paul, Chelimo, Rugumayo Edison, Ruhunda Alex, Rutahigwa Elisa, Rio Tarsis, Ravrindore Tarsis, Ravshaija Margaret, Rwakojo Robina, Ramirama Bright, Remulicha Ibanda, Sazi Godfrey, Sebamala Richard, Sebakira Dennis, Sekindi Aisha, Sechanzi Bernard, Sendaula Christine, Sirwanyi Solomon, Sasaga Isaias, Sebikali Yoweri, Segirinya Mohammed, Sejoba Isaac, Sechkubo Theodore, Sechtoreko Roberts, Semuju Ibrahim, Semwanga Javira, Sentai Mohammed, Senyonyi Joel, Vesekezi, Senyonyi Joel Vesekezi, Serubula Stephen, Serukenga David, Seungu Joseph, Simbwa Fred, Suvi Chinyamatama, Taka Agnes, Tabani Sharifa, Tayebwa Herbert, Tayebwa Thomas, Tebandeke Charles, Teira John, Tembo Gideon, Tibasima Joram, Tibasimiwa Joan. I read. Timuzigu Kamgisha, Tinkasimire Barnabas, Tumwebaze Frank, Tumwesije Josephat, Tumwine Anna Mary, Tumsime Julius, Twala Fadil, Twesije John Intamuhira, Twesije Nathan Itungo, Twino Businje Giovannis, Twino Mjuni Francis, Wako Joy Peggy, Wakabi Pius, Wakaima Musoke, Wachkona David, Wakoli Godfrey, Waliomu Muanika, Wamakuyu Mudini, Wamala Edward Katumba, Wamala Nambozo Florence, Wambede Faith, Wanda Richard, Wandwasi Roberts, Wanyama Michael, Were Godfrey Odero, Werike Peter, Wokorach Simon, Zake Francis, Zawede Victorious, Zijan David Livingstone.
Honorable members, Robert, bring the ballot paper here and we count the votes.
I, the I, 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 yes, I, no, I, 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 nay. I, 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 invalid. I, invalid. I, 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 no, no, I, 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 and I. So count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Can we now count the votes?
1, 2.
Which one is that? Those in favor?
We are starting with the I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Counting in bunches of 10. 1. Okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, 110. And 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155.
Those against?
Those against, 1, 2, 3, 4. Invalid are 2.
Clerk, can you give us the results?
In favor 155, against 4, abstentions 0, invalid votes 2.
Honorable members, those in favor of the motion moved by Honorable Mapendusi, having obtained the required 50 plus 1, which is having obtained 155 votes. The motion is therefore carries the day, and Honorable Zake ceases to be a member of the Parliamentary Commission and is required to come and make an apology in this house in 1 week. We are now asking opposition to give us another name of a commissioner. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much. And honorable members, thank you for staying up to this late, and we adjourn the house to tomorrow at 10, where we are going to discuss the parish development model. Thank you. House adjourned to 10.
Thank you.